If I could get everybody's attention, I'm going to go ahead and call us to order. Welcome. My name's Todd Lehman. I'll be chairing today the Hamilton County Chattanooga Regional Planning Commission. I believe there was some packet information in the back that has zoning cases. I'm going to have Mr. Schultz go through the instructions for today because we do have some time constraints relative to applicants and opposition. And so we'll work through that the best we can. And I've also had a couple of questions about moving some things up on the agenda. So I may ask here in a minute to try to see maybe the majority of the individuals here. And as we can, we'll move some things up in the agenda if we feel like that's most appropriate. But planning commissioners do get this packet. We get this about 10 days ago or so, a week or so ago. So a lot of the business today, if the staff recommendation is to approve or approve with conditions and the applicant doesn't have any issues with that and there's not opposition, we may move pretty quick. So I would ask you to pay attention. I'll read out the zoning case before we deliberate and or vote on it. But I would ask that everybody pay attention. And then the only other thing I'll ask is to, we do have time constraints that allow certain amount of time for each. So I'm going to try to adhere to that in most of these cases. And so I would ask that we honor those rules. But Mr. Schultz, if you could go through sort of the detailed instructions, and then we'll start with the agenda.
Sure. As the chairman stated, they do receive this packet about 10 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting, so they're well aware of the information in the packet. For those cases with the staff recommendation to approve or to approve with conditions, the chairman may ask if there's any opposition. If there's no opposition, the PC may request staff presentation, or they may proceed to a vote of the case. For staff recommendations to deny, we will start with the staff presentation. Following the staff presentation, if there are any questions for PC members, the chairman will ask the applicant to be recognized. The applicant has a total of 7 minutes. Anybody in support of the application can speak, but their minutes are tied up in the 7 minutes of the applicant. Opposition will then have opportunity to speak and present their arguments. The opposition has a total of 9 minutes. But after that, the applicant has 2 minutes to respond to any opposition comments. And after that, the Planning Commission may ask some additional questions. Please direct your comments to the Planning Commission and not the staff or to the audience or the applicant. Once the Planning Commission takes action, if you have any questions, please contact a staff member the next several days at RPA, or we have staff members behind me sitting here today. You can ask if you have any additional questions. Note for requests other than subdivisions, there's usually other action taken by either the county commission or the city council. There should be handouts in the back of when those dates are. If you don't have any more copies, please ask staff. We can tell you when those cases are heard, which are typically a month following today's meeting, either at city council or county commission, depending on where the property is located. And then that will start with agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I did have a request. We're going to move the item under amendments and resolutions, the resolution to adopt the East Brainerd Area 11 plan. I believe it's on the screen. We're going to go ahead and move that to the top of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to go through a couple slides on this very quickly. And I think we have Chairman Bedford here, who is going to have a few comments, I believe, too. The East Brainerd Area Plan began probably about 2 years ago, Eric, and it was led by our staff at the RPA, Eric Travers and Karen Hunt and her staff. Had a lot of public meetings, a lot of engagement of stakeholders and property owners during the past couple of years while we were during the pandemic. But this plan has been reviewed previously by the Planning Commission about 2 months ago. We went back and made some amendments and investigated some other issues. And then if you go to the next slide. Again, the top issues that were identified in the area plan were, this is, of course, around Hamilton Place Mall and Gun Barrel Road and those the corridor. And so congestion and road maintenance, traffic congestion, walkability, in and around the lot of retail development along Gun Barrel Road and East Brainerd Road. And so there's a need for trying to connect more of the housing with retail establishments and trying to make it overall just a safer place for cars and people to interact. And then in terms of housing, most of this district is actually single family neighborhoods. So there is a focus on preservation of single family neighborhoods, but also over the next 20 to 25 years, as more changes happen with land use, that we try to bring different choices of housing and affordability to the area. And then finally, there is some floodplains and other flooding in certain areas along the floodplain in the district. And there's actually a proposal to try to have more development that will allow you to cluster away from the floodplain. And so that's kind of the big, some of the big issues. And then finally, this is kind of what planners call a centers and corridors approach, and that the mall and the area around the mall is kind of a big center, a retail center and an activity center. And then there's some smaller neighborhood retail centers and corridors. But again, as you look at this aerial photograph, most of the area is single family neighborhoods and some medium density development too. But overall, a lot of just this plan is just trying to improve the existing conditions in an area that's mostly developed today. So I'm going to stop there and just see if Chairman Ledford would like to give some comments.
Chairman Ledford, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. I appreciate everybody coming out today to support the East Brainerd plan. That's where you laugh. Okay. I want to say a special thank you to the RPA staff, because over 2 years ago, and for those of you sitting in the audience, I was the Planning and Zoning Chairman for the city of Chattanooga for 5.5 years and had the honor to sit on this board for that time. And I recognize that the District 4 area of the city of Chattanooga, which you are seeing today is Area 11, that's code word for Area 11, it was not only the most dense district of all 9 in the city of Chattanooga, even after redistricting, it will remain the most dense. So we have a tremendous amount of growth that we've had to work with. And one of the hurdles that I had to work with when coming into office was a growth plan or a land use plan that was over 25, probably going on 28 years now. And and as you know, and you've been into the Hamilton Place area and the East Brainerd area, has changed dramatically. So it was a tremendous hardship, if you will, to try to work in the desire to live in a growing city. So with the staff able to rearrange the area plans under John Bridger at the time was very important to the city. And I want to thank both Karens, Eric, Pam, Dan, Lisa, and if I miss anybody who worked on this Area 11 plan, thank you for involving not only myself as we sat down in the early stages in constructing a strategic plan for this, but also the time you spent with the community. And it was tremendous. We were on the phone for hours getting neighborhood representation, knocking on doors, public meetings at the Hamilton YMCA. And it's real important to me to know that you were willing to put in that work. And it took over 2 years to come to this point. And I just wanted to publicly say thank you. One of the most important aspects in that area is listening to what folks have to say. I know I just got a lot of attention from a lot of people behind me on that one. And they wanted to maintain, and Dan already alluded to this, the character of their neighborhoods, the R1. And that's exactly what we have done, while strategically putting into place where growth and more medium density is to happen. Up, obviously, close to the Gun Barrel Corridor. And as we move east, we start to get less and less dense. And then we obviously stay focused on maintaining that R1 character. Now, R1 does not mean what everyone might think it means. So let me stop right there and clarify. R1 means single family. That means townhomes. And it does mean single family homes. It means PUDs, planned unit developments, where they're packed in. I live in a PUD that's fantastic. Would never live anywhere else. And maintaining that place type or that character as we move further east was very important to the residents of District 4. And I think that we've maintained that. Dan touched a little bit about conservation. We have areas in District 4. I don't know if you have that slide, Dan or Brian, where we really don't want to see development go past a certain point because of the floodplains, lack of sewer. Those are areas that I've helped identify. We've also identified the importance of creating more connectivity by way of green spaces. So I think this plan overall and overarching is a really good step forward. I'm very proud to have my name on it as we move forward in the next 10 to 20 years. And it really helps developers have context into what we expect. And a lot of times developers don't have expectations. And when they have expectations, then they can come to for rezoning requests with better prepared because we have an up-to-date map. So again, thank you for the work that you've done and everyone who participated in District 4. This has been a long process, but it's been a very important process. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you. And I have to get to another meeting, so I'll take my leave at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ledford. Are there any questions, I guess, from PC members to staff relative to adoption of the plan? And just to make sure, a recommendation to approve will recommend the East Brainerd Area 11 plan to the City Council for adoption.
With the chairman here, these changes that are made, this is all incorporated as part of under your purview. Is that right? The changes that we just got?
Just,
Yep.
Yes, Commissioner Payne, I'm aware of the changes. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, Commissioner Highland.
I'd like to thank the staff and Chairman Ledford. That's an excellent bit of work. I've read through this, and I think we need this in all areas throughout the county. And I believe Mr. Reuter and his staff are planning on doing that, and I'm looking forward to the process. Thank you.
Ms. Farmer. Okay. I have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And thank you, staff, for your work on the area plan. We do look forward to being able to get up-to-date area plans throughout the county. So thank you. I'm going to go ahead and dispose. We've got subdivision and plats. We've got 2 items there and one item over under old business. I'm going to go ahead and step through those. And I probably understand that a majority of people here are under some new business. So I'm going to ask, once we get to new business, maybe changing up the agenda. But to start off, we'll go to our first case under subdivision plats and variances. First case is SD 2022-24. It's a preliminary plat for Bork Memorial Townhomes, lots 1 through 32. Has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Seeing none. Conditions, is the applicant here relative to conditions, and you're good with the, would you like to? Okay. Okay, I have a motion to approve with conditions has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I recuse myself.
Let me note that Mr. Farmer recused himself. Second case under subdivision plats and variances is SD 2022-25, preliminary plat for Hamilton Village, lots 1 through 57. Has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition to this plat? Is the applicant present? Any questions? Okay. I have a motion to approve with conditions has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Our case under old business is 2022-149. It's a rezone at 1200 Judd Road in the city of Chattanooga. The request is to rezone M1 manufacturing zone to C3 central business zone with conditions. I believe this was discussed last week. I guess we can go back through. There may be some issues. Are you?
Mr. Chairman, we did meet with the applicant. This was deferred last month, as the applicant last month brought some revised conditions to the Planning Commission. It was deferred at Planning Commission for us to meet with the applicant to work on those conditions. We've since done that. We agree on all the conditions except one. And I don't know if it's better just go to that one condition that is in disagreement, or do you want me to go through all the conditions?
I tell you what, well, if everybody's reviewed, unless there's a specific question on any of the other conditions that have been agreed upon, why don't you go through the one that there's an issue, and we'll let the applicant speak to that, and then we'll see where that takes us. Is there anybody here other than the applicant that would like to speak potentially in opposition to this case? Just so I know. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Schultz.
Again, like I said, we have seven standard conditions. And so we agreed on all of them except one highlighted in red. Staff last time recommended a 30-foot landscape buffer shall be required along the northern, southern, and eastern property lines except for ingress and egress. So basically, staff was recommending a landscape buffer along the perimeter to separate this proposed development from the adjacent manufacturing uses, because there would be no landscape requirement based on the zoning of C3. The applicant's requesting an amendment or a change to that. The applicant's proposing the following: building setbacks in Use District C, which is to the east and south on the south end, if you can see that. Adjacent to M1 zone properties, provide a 10-foot building setback along the southern and eastern perimeter property lines adjacent to any M1 zone parcel. Condition does not apply to C3 property adjacent to the railroad right-of-way. The railroad right-of-way is here to the south, just off this property. So staff recommended a condition of a 30-foot landscape buffer. The applicant's proposing, instead of a buffer, do a 10-foot building setback along those property lines. The C3 zone doesn't have a minimum rear setback requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. So I've got one question. So the C3 does not have a buffer when it's adjacent to an M1?
Does not.
Okay.
Does not.
Any questions for staff? And what we see on our screen, there's quite a few conditions, again, that staff has talked with the applicant. The number E in red was the staff recommendation, and the blue on our screen is the applicant's.
Correct.
Okay.
All the other previous conditions, we have met with the applicant. We all agree to those conditions and acceptable, except this one here.
Okay. Ms. Shepherd, if you want to go ahead as the applicant, if you do your name and address, please.
Donna Shepherd, I'm with AD Engineering, representing the applicant. There's not a requirement for screening as stated for C3 adjacent to the M1 zone. One of the things that staff had mentioned was to provide some separation. There are 2 existing drainage swales along the southern and the eastern property lines. Those will be improved. So just those drainage features itself will provide some separation from the M1 zone. And then what we have is a community lot adjacent to the property line. So where the residential will be located along the perimeter, what we are proposing to do is provide a 10-foot setback, which is not currently required by the C3. So we feel like we're providing some separation along M1. I think one of the discussions that we had last month was the railroad right-of-way. And I think Brian can confirm this. He spoke with Karna, and that is considered a right-of-way. And so it does provide a separation between zones. With that, I'll entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Payne?
I got a question of staff. If the landscape requirement does not require them to do that, why are we requiring them to do it on their property? I don't remember us doing that before. Is there a thought behind that?
Yes, because this is residential. We were staff trying, because there's not a landscape buffer requirement. We were trying to provide some type of separation between the residential that's going into this industrial area from those adjacent residential buildings, because there's not a setback requirement. So that was one attempt at trying to buffer and screen this development from the adjoining industrial uses.
But it's their development. So
It's their
if it
development.
doesn't screen well and the people don't like it, they won't buy there, right?
Possibly.
Any other questions for the applicant or staff?
Go
I-
ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Farmer. No, I just have one question. So, because I know that the GIS is not always as accurate. You mentioned the ditch line and some additional foliage and trees. Is that on the M1 property or is that on the C?
I think it's a little bit on both.
Okay. That was my question. Mr. Farmer.
Do you have a comment? I was going to make a note. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Maybe. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer and Mr. Chairman. Last month, there was some discussion about how this rezoning may affect the property, which I believe is to the south of this, in terms of what it would do to their setbacks. Did we get any clarity on how that would work?
You talking about the landscape buffer? Or the, yeah, we did get, I did reach out to the landscape coordinator because that right of way separates this property from the M1. A landscape buffer would not be required. There was also a section in the zoning code that said any industrial use, had specific industrial uses, had to be 1,000 feet away from any residential. Specifically mentioned R4, and I think, I don't have it in front of me, but it would not apply basically.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Farmer.
I think what the applicant has presented makes sense, and it's certainly within the it's certainly within the code. So I would make a motion to approve everything with the exception of the applicant's change on item E.
Yeah, no, I'll clarify. So you are accepting the applicant's revisions or
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
So the
as presented.
the motion is to approve all of the staff conditions except for item E and replacing that with the applicant's request. That's the motion and it has been seconded. Is that clear? Okay. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I have one request to move an item up, but let me ask, and I'll go ahead and maybe ask the question, and then maybe can move some of these others up and get. We appreciate you being here. It's important that you're here, so I want to make sure that I can move up if there's quite a few of you that want to speak on one. So I'm going to mention case number, and these are all connected. These are just the ones I anticipate. It may not be, but just with a show of hands. So case number 156, 157, and 158, which is on Mont Lake, Brow Lake Road, Block Millsaps Road. If you're here in that case, if you can raise your hand. Okay. So that's a significant amount of you. Thank you. And then the other case that I anticipate, although I'm not sure, is the case number 12, which is 8699 North Hickory Valley Road. Is there a number of you? Okay. Let me look at my sheet with opposition. I think I got the majority of the only other case I have on here. There's one at 7646 Paget Lane. If you're here in opposition to that, okay. Okay, well, yep. Okay, those are, I'm going to, I'll sort of move those up in order. I did have one request for another one that should go relatively quick, and it's the last item on our agenda. I'm going to do that one really quick and then step through these other ones. And this one, if you'll move to item 22, case number 2022153, located at 3 Rose Circle, City of Chattanooga, a request to rezone R2 to R3. I believe that's
No.
Are there people here for that one? Okay. Okay. Well, we're going to move that one up first. I think there was a request to potentially ask for a deferral, but we may want to step through that and have discussions. So I'm going to start with item 22, the one I just read. Is that hard on you, Brian, to have to
I'm
go all
going
the
to
way
it.
to the back?
I didn't realize I was going to hear it. I'm going to it.
Is that not the one is that not the first request I had to move?
Which one?
The one I'm moving to?
Which one are you moving to?
22, 153.
Yeah, that's where I'm going to.
Okay. Yeah, 153. I did have that request, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That one's not in the packet?
153 is case. It's in the
Okay.
back.
Okay.
It should be the last case.
Okay, so, and we did have some opposition to this case, is that correct? Okay, if someone would like to speak in opposition, if they could line up over here, the applicant is here, correct? Okay, if you would like to speak, I believe they're going to ask for a deferral, but I would like to hear from you that the applicant can request a deferral, but it's an action that has to be approved by the Planning Commission. So we'll step through case 2022-153, 3 Rose Circle. If you could, Mr. Schultz, if you could take us through that. Yes, sir.
Sure. This is case 2022-153. This is out in Lookout Valley. It's a request to rezone from R2 residential zone to R3, or for a mix of 2-family and multifamily. It's roughly 5.49 acres in size. This is part of a much larger development. You see on the screen to the left of the site, that's big R3 development that's sitting there that abuts the interstate. This is a continuation or expansion of that R3 zone. If you look at the zoning map, you have R3 to the east or west, I just mentioned, R2 to the east of the site. To the south, there's R3 and commercial or C2 along Cummings Highway. So there's a mixture of zones, this location, but just looking at the map, this area highlighted in the red, that's what's being requested to be rezoned. Again, as part of that bigger R3 to the west. There's been no recent zoning history on this site. Again, the property to the west of this site is already zoned R3. Has multiple addresses, anywhere from 3 all the way up to 41 Rose Circle. You can see on the map here, I get a better map here. You have single family detached to the east of the site, vacant to the north and west. That vacant site to the west will be developed as part of this development. And to the southwest are hotels and motels. And then to the south along Cummings Highway is commercial uses. This is a view of the site looking from Rose Circle. You can see it's a very narrow road. This is a view looking at Rose Circle from Cummings Highway, the site just beyond that wooded area. Another view of the site from Rose Circle, and just another view of Rose Circle at the site. This property is located in the Lookout Valley Land Use Plan, which is adopted in 2003. And the plan recommends low-density residential, which is typically single-family detached dwellings with a density of 1 to 4 dwelling units. This proposed development does exceed the recommendation of the land use plan with a proposal 12 units per acre. Staff, the request is compatible with the surrounding development form, which is single-family detached and hotels and commercial uses. The request is compatible with land uses and existing zoning because this does abut an existing R3 to the west. The plan supports maintaining existing zoning. However, this site, again, is part of a much larger existing R3 and is a related project to the west of this site. Staff recommended to approve, subject to a condition, and I have on the screen where those conditions would apply. Duplex or 2-unit townhouse use only on parcels 154GA 29 through 34. So we're recommending part of this to be used as 2-family or duplex uses only. The remainder of it can be used as any use in the R3 zone. And here's the site plan and what this eventually look like. The area is shaded, and the gray is what's being asked to be rezoned. And you can see to the west of that shading is the existing R3. So again, this would be an extension of the existing R3 to the west of this site. And that's one of the reasons staff recommended to approve. And those conditions of 2-unit or a duplex on those parcels that I just mentioned, because those do abut single family across the street, the Rose Circle, and we're trying to keep the scale and form compatible with those units. It's also interesting to note Rose Circle stops. I'm not sure I have a good picture of that. Rose Circle, the developer plans on improving Rose Circle to make it meet the city functioning street as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? Okay, I need to hear from the applicant. I think you may be in opposition, sir. The applicant will have 7 minutes, and then we do 9 minutes for opposition. You're okay, and then we have a rebuttal. But Ms. Shepherd, if you'd like to start.
Donna Shepherd with AD Engineering. We were coming today to ask for a deferral, but speaking towards what staff had said, most of the site is already R3. If you'll show the shaded, so the brown area there is already R3. Even so, down towards the south, the lowest out of the 3 groups that are being rezoned, the lowest one, we are planning to do single family or duplex as requested by the staff. The other 2 would be just an extension of the R3 that we're requesting. That's really all I have for today. We'd like to hear from the opposition. As Brian had mentioned, I think we're going to do some improvements on the road.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, sir, hold on one second. Sir, hold on one second. Dr. Holland, go ahead.
Just real quickly, ma'am, I was called by some of the people in the community, said they had missed the sign on that little travel road. Did you make any effort to contact the community?
That's one of the things we're going to do in the next month.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so are you requesting a deferral? Okay. Come on.
That's fine if they do.
Okay. Hey, ma'am, hold on. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, hopefully they can get, if you want to step up and give that information, that's helpful to us. It's recorded. And so that may be good information, especially if people came down here today to meet outside. But if you could name and then make that statement.
This is Tiffany Farley, and I'm with AD Engineering. If there's anybody who has anything about this case, please meet me out in the lobby. I'd like to get your contact information so that we can have a community meeting and go over it. We've also talked to our council person. We're also going to look at some different ways to access the site. So I'd really like to get your information so that we can have a conversation about it.
But your request is for a 30-day
It is a
deferral.
request for deferral, please.
Okay, I have a motion to defer for 30 days has been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, I know, and this as paper people is difficult. I apologize, but we do want to hear from you since you're here, and we do want to respect your time. So I'm going to jump back and follow through with the way they are on the agenda. And so we're going to jump back, if you have it in front of you, to case agenda number item 6, which is case 2022-156. It's a 9700 block of Millsaps Road on Mott Lake Golf Course. It's a special permit for campground tent only. And there's 3 associated with this. And so I'm going to ask about opposition with each case. It may be that you're opposed to everything or only a few things. So we'll try to mitigate that best we can. But that case for a special permit campground tent only has a staff recommendation to apply to approve. The applicant is present, correct? Okay. And is there opposition on the special permit for campground tent only? Okay. So we'll step through this. It may be more appropriate to do this as a block. Does that make sense, Mr. Schultz? Or?
Yeah, I'll do what I can do. I can go through all 3 cases since they're all tied together, and then that you come back and take action one at a time.
Okay, then without objection, we'll do that. And if the applicant can go ahead and come up, the applicant initially will have 7 minutes, and then anybody that's opposed to any of these 3 cases, 156, 157, 158, which is the special permit, also the rezoning and the planned unit development. If you want to head this way to line up to speak after the applicant. It'll give me a sense of maybe how many there are.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we did, I think you have in front of you a Google spreadsheet. We have received comments in support and opposition. I think
Okay.
we have folks here as well as support too. So
Okay. And I guess I'll ask, and the applicant may know, but I do want to try to, opposition has a certain amount of time. And so I sort of want to try to mitigate that if there's some that are in favor of it. But let's go ahead and go through, let Mr. Schultz go through these cases, and then we'll deal with some of the public comment after that. Mr. Schultz.
sure, I'll go through the first case, which is 2022-156. This is the special permit for the tent only campground. All these are located at the Mont Lake Golf Course, just different sections. This is a tent. This is a special permit for a tent only campground in the existing A1 zone. You can see on the zoning map here, all this property is A1, and you do have R5 and R2A just to the north and east and west of this site. But large majority of this large A1 that you see here above the red outlined area, that's the Mont Lake Golf Course. For this case, which is the special permit for the tent only campground, it's approximately 22.5 acres in size. They're proposing 68 tent sites. That equals a density of about 3 dwelling units or tent sites per acre. There's been no recent zoning history for this site, as well as there's no other special permits for tent only campgrounds in this general vicinity. This is an aerial map, just trying to show you where this site is in relation to the golf course. You can see the golf course and the greens just to the left. You do have single family detached to the west, southwest, and east and north. This is located in 9700 block of Millsaps Cove Road. Here's a closer view of where that property is. Again, you have part to the west or left of the screen is the golf course. You have vacant land, single family detached to the north and east, vacant land to the south. And then again, as you zoom out large, you do have more single family detached residential. These pictures will be the same for all three cases. This is a picture of the property. Again, another picture of the golf course where the greenways are. Again, another picture. Another picture looking at the Mont Lake Golf Course. Several years ago, we created this tent-only campground special permit, and the purpose of it was for expansion for properties that were expansion of the Cumberland Trail into areas around Soddy Daisy and at North Chick Creek Gorge and further into Prentice Cooper State. We felt there was opportunity for some folks to have tent-only campgrounds in A1 zones. It was meant to serve as a rural development tool to ensure that necessary facilities, sites, amenities, and other requirements are provided for tent-only campgrounds. This permit was approved and has been in place, I guess, for the past 6-7 years. We've had one request for this, which was approved. This permit is also issued by the Hamilton County Commission. And as part of that, you have to submit a site plan. There's all these requirements that the developer has to meet. I won't go through those unless there's questions, but it, for example, has to have a minimum of 10 acres to do the campground. Has density requirements, has all these requirements in here in terms of access, what you have to have. The developer submitted a site plan. It did meet all those requirements. The tent-only campground also prohibits certain structures like RVs or travel trailers. No alcohol sales shall be permitted within the campground or camp store. The outdoor use of amplified sound system is prohibited. There's no music events or held at the campground that will be permitted to be attended by the general public. And there's no commercial uses. This is truly meant to be a campground where you walk in and pitch your tent and camp. This was the site plan that was submitted with the application. It shows different locations of the tents. You have one here to the southwest, one basically in the middle, and one large one to the north. It does show a little parking area and access off of Millsaps Cove Road. It has a buffer requirement. You see all the trails. I think my understanding, the Cumberland Trail is being extended through this property, which is, again, was the purpose of the special permit. The applicant did send a site plan this morning, changing the buffer requirement along this property. I think they had a neighborhood meeting, and that has now since increased to a 100-foot buffer. And that's what this site plan is showing, which is highlighted in the red. They're showing a 100-foot buffer along the southern and eastern property line. There is no land use plan that provides guidance in this area, so we followed the comp plan. The comp plan, again, is a general broad overview, and it's based on intensity levels, which ranging from 1 being the least intense to 5 being the heaviest intense use. This area falls in level 1 and 2. So staff recommended approve of this special permit. The proposed campground, again, is intended to provide a quality camping, recreational, and educational opportunity for residents and visitors to the county, and serves as a rural development tool while the standards work to preserve the public health, safety, and general welfare. The applicant did meet the requirements of the special permit. A tent on the campground would be in compliance with the comp plan level 2 intensity level. So staff recommended to approve of this special permit. And I'll go on to the 2 other cases. Unless there's any questions on the special permit by Planning Commission.
My only question is that area that you show that they're requesting a special permit, is that part of their overall PUD?
No,
Okay, it's outside of that
I
area.
believe that's correct.
Okay, we'll go on to the other cases. I wanted that clarification.
Next case is case 20. I'm skipping ahead of case. This is 2022-158. As you can see, just to the right-hand side, this is the special permit for the campground. So the campground is not part of this request. It's remaining A1. This is the remainder of the property for the Montlake Golf Course. This is a request to rezone from A1 and R2A rural residential to C2 local business commercial district. And you can see that area is highlighted in the red. Again, just looking at a pure zoning map, everything around this property is A1 and R2 and R5. There are no commercial zones until you get further down the mountain closer to Saudi Daisy. So this would introduce a new type of zone in this area. Proposal on this property is to, again, maintain the golf course, but also introduce additional uses to this property, such as restaurants. They're also wanting to hold lodging and event venues, such as wedding venues, and continue the golf course, and also have an area for rock climbing. This evidence is a huge area for rock climbers to come visit, so they want to have hotels, campsites, and hostels for the visitors to this property. That's why they're rezoning this to C2. This is approximately 89 acres in size. Again, there's no zoning history on this piece of property. See on the screen here, the area highlighted in the sort of bluish green color, that is part of the existing Montlake Golf Course. You see on the right-hand side where the proposed campground is to be located. Then adjacent uses to this is single-family detached. You have some vacant land, but primarily it's a golf course and single-family detached dwellings. This is just another view, aerial view of the golf course and the rocks that people are climbing on. That's right through here. And this large parking area here, this parking lot for the golf course as well as the clubhouse. Again, same pictures I just showed earlier. Same plan recommendation, which is intensity levels 1 and 2. During the review and submittal of this application, staff had talked to the applicant, and we didn't think that a special permit would be required for the event facility, which is like a wedding venues. The way you read the zoning code, it says any commercial establishment would not have to get that permit. We since then learned, talking to the building inspections department, that a special permit would be required by the Planning Commission, ultimately County Commission. So staff recommends deferring this rezoning request until the applicant make an application for a special permit that's in compliance with the Hamilton County zoning regulations. This will allow staff to make a more educated recommendation about compatibility with adjacent land uses and development form, and determine if there are any potential nuisances or public health and safety related concerns. So on the zoning request, staff is recommending to defer for 30 days to go through that special event permit process. Here's the site plan that was submitted with the rezoning cases, which is also the PUD case as well. If the PUD's approved, they're locked into this PUD requirement. They're showing hostel, some cabins, of course, the golf course, restaurant. You can see the event venue. There's 2 of those, but primarily it's going to be a cabin, a couple of restaurants, and 2 event venues. And that's the special permits they will need, is for those 2 event venues. So the zoning, staff recommends to defer. Same thing with case 157, which is the special permit for the PUD. Staff would also recommend to defer that until they can go through the special permit process for the event facility. And that's all 3 cases.
Okay. Questions for staff? Mr. Farmer.
I would I would guess, like all special permits, that's revocable. If they misbehave and didn't follow the rules, then that permit could be revoked.
That's correct.
Thank
That's
you.
correct.
Dr. Holland.
Did you say the restaurant also will need to be permitted? I didn't catch that.
Oh, no, the restaurants would, if zone C2 would be allowed by right. The
Okay, thank
special permit is for only those event
Okay,
venues.
thank you.
And let me ask a question. Is the C2 needed more for the restaurants or the event venues? Can you have a special permit for event without a C2?
You can.
Okay.
It's the restaurants.
So the
Okay.
restaurants are the driving
And
force behind it.
yeah, the restaurants and the
Okay.
hostels.
And the hostel. Thank you, sir. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, if the applicant will come forward, you'll have 7 minutes for opening.
Clarifying questions.
You can say whatever you want under your 7 minutes. Go ahead.
So
But I do need name and address.
Alan Jones with Ace Engineering. A quick clarifying question. Is the 7 minutes for all three cases, or is it just for the campground first? That's a lot to cover in 7 minutes, to be honest with you.
Okay, we'll do, and I'll lean on staff a little bit. We can do it either way. I was hoping we could probably do them all because I'm anticipating that the majority of the opposition is the whole development, not necessarily just the campgrounds, but I'm okay doing, let's do the tent first, if we could, which is the special permit for the tent camping, if you want to do that. And then, we are going to do the rezoning and the PUD at the same time. So 7 minutes on that, and then we'll have double talk on we'll have additional time. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. They are tied together, but there also is some kind of separation as far as I think the community input. As I mentioned, I'm Alan Jones with Ace Engineering. So I'm working with Elon Capital Partners. Isaac Caldiero is one of the partners, and I'll bring him up in just a minute. So this property was put on the market last December. A prevalent golf course owner in the area put it on the market. And when Isaac first heard the opportunity that this was for sale, he called some of his friends and other partners in Utah to jump on this because this property is really a special place. Not only does it have an 18-hole golf course on it, it has a world-renowned bouldering facility on it. This from a just a participation use right now over the past 20 years, the bouldering facility has grown in popularity. And last year, I think they had over 20,000 climbers at this facility just last year. And the golf course is about 7,500 climbers. But to kind of get into a little bit of the history and kind of the passion behind of why we're moving forward with this proposal, I want to bring Isaac up so he can kind of tell you, really why he's here. Name and address.
Hello, everybody. My name is Isaac Caldiero. I'm a local here in Chattanooga as of 2015. And I moved here for rock climbing. I'm a former professional rock climber. I love rock climbing and I love it here. And that's why I brought my friends in from Utah to kind of create this dream, this concept, and to work together with everyone in this room and the rest of the local community to build and deliver one of the most amazing, exciting amenities of its kind to the city of Chattanooga and surrounding areas, Saudi Daisy. And yeah, so in that, I just wanted to thank you for your support and consideration of this project. And that's why we're here. Thank you.
So the reason for the campground right now, it's twofold. It's to support the 20,000 climbers that are here, that are already here. And it's also to support the state's efforts in the Cumberland Trail, as Brian mentioned in his introduction. We do have Daniel, I'm going to mispronounce his name, but Daniel Chuquin, he's in the back. He is with the state, with TDEC. So we've been working hand in hand with the state and looking at providing an easement through the 330 acres of this site to provide a connection. Because right now the Cumberland Trail is kind of disconnected in this area. This is really one of the huge pieces that we can provide the state to make this connection through this development for the Cumberland Trail. So with that, we looked at where to put the where we looked to put the campground. We wanted to make sure that it was, kind of isolated and not kind of near a lot of single family homes. If you actually look at the staff report, and I've kind of done the numbers, we're pretty much about 700 feet from any really, there are a few homes on Millsap Road and some of those residents are here, but in general, We're probably over 700 feet, 1,000 feet from most residential areas. Ironically, if you look at the permit for a landfill, I think it's only 500-foot buffer. So you just kind of take that for what it is. We've had multiple community meetings. We've had 2 with the Montlake Golf Course property owners. We had about 120 people at both of those meetings. We've also had another meeting last week. We'll call it the Facebook Grapevine group. That's where we kind of got the connection to meet with them. I would like to say we've had a lot of support. We really have. Obviously, there's opposition here. I think, just from a show of hands, if you're here for support of this project in general, raise your hand. People usually don't come to support projects, but this is something that they're passionate about as well. I do want to read one quick email from one of the owners, Shaylin Peck, who's out of Utah. He couldn't be here today. He wrote this to one of the residents. He says, "We have known that you have something special from the moment that we purchased the property. Having walked the property multiple times, it never ceases to amaze us how special this property is. Our number one goal is to preserve the property and let others enjoy it." That's the purpose for this project, is to preserve the natural environment that's up there. We grew up in the outdoors, and it is a major part of what shaped our lives, and we want to give back. Preserving places like Stone Fort Bouldering area is our way of helping give back to the community. We count ourselves lucky to have had great scout leaders, neighbors, and fathers who took us out to experience the outdoors and let the lessons shape us so deeply. I spent most of my time out on church camps, family vacations, and scouting over the summer, making sure that we have a small number of people that I get to influence, and left knowing that there is more to life than social media, television, and video games. I stepped away from my corporate career to make this dream come true. So with that, I'll leave it to the opposition.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? And let me clarify, because I think he requested this. We are going to, and I asked the question. I thought the tent camp was part, at least inclusive into the PUD. It doesn't sound like it is. So I think there was some opposition to the tent camp. Let's try to, if we could, just so we don't get a lot of discussion, not understanding the difference in the next door rezoning and PUD. Let's focus our comments, just like the applicant did, on the special permit for the tent. And let's take care of that business, and then we may still vote all at the same time, but then we'll have another round that we can talk about the rezoning and the PUD, because they are sort of exclusive. They can be done separately. So I did see some hands come up about the, Mr. Barn.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. So maybe a question for staff. I just want to make sure I understand the TDEC comment. So should I be under the impression that the approval of the special permit for a tent campground actually helps connect the missing piece of the Cumberland Trail? Is it what I'm hearing?
Yes, I think so. I think I'll defer to the applicant. That's his property. I think it can happen without the special permit for the tent only. But I think that's one of the draws of the special permit, was to allow people to camp along that trail.
And that may be some follow-up when the applicant has 2 minutes. But I did see some hands. If you'd like to speak about the tent only campground under the special permit, if you'd like to come up, and I do need names and addresses, and you have 9 minutes collectively. So I would like to focus the comments on that. And then how many other people would like to speak on is it just this gentleman? Okay. So there's at least 4 behind you. Just if I need to, I may cut you off and let the other ones just to be, but I'll apologize on the front end, but go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for hearing me. My name's Matthew Jordan. I live at 9715 Millsaps Cole Road. I own 3 lots below this campground, just across Millsaps Road from the campground. I'm not opposing the campground, but I do oppose access on Millsaps Road to the campground, because you will change the whole area, our whole neighborhood back there. I invite any of you to come out, drive to the end of the road, get out and take a walk. You don't want all this traffic. I mean, we didn't buy into that. It's very country. It's a dead end road. It's the woods. We're all out there in the woods. That's what we like. It's teeming with wildlife. Again, I'm not opposed to the campground, just the access on Millsaps Road. Mountain Road, Mowbray Pike is a very dangerous road as it is. It can't handle more traffic in the shape it's in. And our little gravel dead end road sure can't either. And there's a lot of wildlife out there to be considered as well. I see it every day out there. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Charles Gregory. I'm a property owner on Millsap Road and Millsap Cove Road. And I oppose to this. Like you said, the Millsap Road it's not anywhere near, it should not be handling any more traffic than what's on it. We have a nice little community out there and we like to keep it that way. It is a narrow gravel road and the mountain road itself is not safe for that kind of traffic either. And again, I oppose to this situation because we don't want all the traffic. And they have a lot better place they can bring the road in off Montlake Road. And I'm not opposed to any of the stuff they want to do either. But again, they can bring their road off Montlake Road right where their golf course is and bring it right into where they want to be without using Millsap Road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Ron Jordan. I live on Millsap's Cove Road. Now, excuse me, I'm not opposed to anything they want to do up there on Montlake Road about what we used to call the rock fort. Well, the issue that I have is all the extra traffic on Millsap's Road. There's a lower campground, but there's a bigger issue than that. The maps I'd seen for some strange reason on the legend did not show a mining area. And that's exactly what that is. I've been in old coal mines. My family are coal miners. And I will tell you, that's extremely dangerous. There are rift mines going into the banks. There are shaft mines going down deep. You would not, no one in their right mind would go into a condemned building. No one in their right mind would go into an unreclaimed mining area. And that's exactly what that is. And there is toxic water called what the locals call alum water. It contains copper, lead, sulfuric acid. No one would, if that was my property, I would ring it with no trespassing signs. I would put a fence around it. And no one, I mean no one, not hundreds, not nobody would be allowed in that area. You walk in that area trying to do something, you are asking for trouble. You're asking maybe a cave-in, maybe the ground would open up from an old ventilator shaft, and you would literally never be seen again. The old Millsap's mines. I would strongly suggest, go ahead with all the rest of the things you want to up there with the rock fort. Yeah, but that area, like going into a condemned building, you are asking for trouble. I guess that's about all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Sure, and go ahead, ma'am.
Hey there, my name's Lauren Jordan, and I'm from 9715 Millsaps Road as well. Again, not opposed to you camping or whatever you want to do over there, but don't come out Millsaps Road with that. We got cows, it's farmland, it's a gravel road, it's very quiet. We don't want the extra traffic out there. And to speak to what my father was speaking to you about the hazards there, has anybody actually went out to survey that land to actually see about the hazards that do pose there, and what kind of extra burden would that put on our first responders to have to respond to any incidences that may happen out there on that unsafe land? So, like I said, do whatever you want at Montlake, but keep it over there and don't use our road, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Go on, ma'am. So what's our time look like? Just because I'm only curious. Still have about a minute and a half. Does anybody else want to speak? Okay. If you go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Patricia Baker, and I live at 9901 Millsap Road, which is just on the north end, bordering the property there that you see outlined. I will have to agree that Millsaps Road will not support the traffic that this is going to bring. It is a one-lane road at best. After you get past our place, actually becomes a one-lane road there at the pond. Barely, you can't pass a car. Utilities won't support it. We don't have them up there. There are security issues, safety concerns. It is an agricultural neighborhood of single-family residential homes. I would ask that you consider, I know it's been approved by the staff, but I would ask that you consider deferring, just as you have on the other two pieces, for another 30 days until we can get more information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah, come on. Just if you could, you may not want to restate.
I'm
But
not
go
going to
ahead, sir.
state a lot. I'm Wendell Johnson. I live on 9881 Millsap Skull Road. I noticed in the pictures that there were no pictures in this particular area. I've lived there since 1986. And yes, the road is my main concern. I have my grandkids up there. We walk, we use our golf carts up in that area. But for the amount of traffic, I would be worried about it. Again, I'm not opposed to their development, their PUD. I'm actually not opposed to the campground if they would bring access in through the subdivision so that they didn't have to use the Millsaps Road entrance.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and that was that right at around 9 minutes. I mean, did we go over? Okay, so you've got 2 more minutes for the applicant if you want to respond.
Sure.
Were there any questions for any of the opposition, just in case?
No, not the oppositions.
Oh, okay. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Great. So a couple points. So we actually did look initially at bringing the road in from the golf course side for the campground. The trick is we're really trying to make this a low impact campground. To bring a road in from the other side, it's going to be a lot of clearing to bring a road in from the campground side. So we're trying to keep this thing minimalized. You know, Millsap Road, yes, it is narrow. Actually went camping this weekend down in Georgia, and most campsites do have narrow roads. Most of the roads are fairly narrow. Can we widen it? Yes, there is sufficient right of way. Are there ditches and things that we're going to have to probably look at? Yes, there are. But you know, number one for this thing is safety. At all 3 of the community meetings we've been at, the fire chief at the fire hall that we've met at has been there. Her only request is that as long as we can provide good 4-wheeler access to the campground areas, you know, she doesn't have any issues of getting in there for any safety calls. One of the residents at one of the meetings actually asked how many calls does the fire department get because of the Stone Fort climbing, and she goes, out of the 20,000 climbers, 10 to 20 calls a year. So in general, it's been pretty safe up there. To respond to the coal mines, we know that it's a unique topography, and you know we'll do everything in our powers to make sure that this is a safe place to camp and a safe place to be. You know, and one other thing I do want to add, I don't know if you can condition a special use permit, but there are 3 conditions that we'd like to add to this, if possible. It's limiting quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. to have a 100-foot buffer between the campground and that lot 56, 138, the one that Brian mentioned earlier. And then also that we are required to have a campground manager or caretaker just to ensure that the safety for this campground is met. And the developers and owners and investors in this property, they're committed to making this a really great place. They're catering to the climbers and the people on the Cumberland Trail. And so they want this to continue to be a nice facility for those folks, because otherwise they stop coming. And if there are any questions, I think there's some questions on the Cumberland Trail. I can answer some of them from a property perspective, but also Daniel is also here if you want to hear maybe some of the bigger picture items as far as the Cumberland Trail goes.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? And let me ask staff a question quickly, and then Dr. Hollander. So can we condition special permits?
Yes, you can recommend conditions. County commission ultimately one decide those, but yes.
And then I believe it was asked before, but I'll ask it again. So we can condition special permits. They will go to the county commission for final action, and then they are revocable by either the sheriff or the county commission. Is that language in there?
I'm not sure about the camp only.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
check.
Well,
But
okay.
most permits are revocable. I'm not sure
Okay.
this one says that.
Okay. Well, that was my question. Dr. Hollander.
Thank you, sir. I like the concept. I mean, I really do. And like most of the local folks, I think the camping is a great idea. It does bother me. Are you sure? How much right of way do you have on Millsap Road?
So that's something we'll have to survey. I know, so the road is probably, I've driven out there a few times, but and some of the residents may be able to speak more clearly to it because they drive it every day. I mean, the road's probably 14 feet wide, 16 feet wide, somewhere in that range. But the right of way tip, I think this area is like 30 feet, 40 feet, somewhere in that range. But I have to double check.
Normally, for the county to accept the road, it has to be 50 feet right of way. Is that correct?
If you're building a new, well, I'll let
Mr. Lehman, is that correct?
Well, it's an existing county road.
Right. Okay. So it is gravel right now. What the people I think are trying to express is the traffic. When there are multiple campers coming in, they're coming in and out themselves of the danger for themselves and the campers.
Right.
And you're wanting to make it a 2-lane road. Is that correct?
Either a 2-lane road or what we call a 1-way or a two-way yield condition. I know like within the city of Chattanooga, they'll accept a 16-foot road that's considered a 2-way yield condition. We actually looked at converting a few streets to that. So there you can, it slows people down. You're not going to go fast on this road anyways. But 16 feet really is kind of your minimum width to have a kind of a 2-way yield. So you can both kind of pull off and pull through. And that's, I mean, from all the camping I've done through my years, that's pretty common when you go through campsites.
So you could not, so your main reason for not changing the access to another place is aesthetics, not coming through the forest. Is that it?
Right. It's both aesthetics and not wanting to have to clear cut through the forest that we're trying to preserve.
Okay. So you either use their existing 1-lane road or cut through the forest onto your property. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can staff clarify? I don't
Schultz.
see it in the special permit that it does mention a revocable permit. I need to clarify too, this permit does not go to the county commission. It rests at the planning commission.
Okay. That's interesting.
So it would stop here.
Okay. Is that okay. That's interesting.
There's a couple, but that's one of those ones. It's planning
Okay.
commission approval.
Mr. Payne.
I guess, and one of the residents had asked about a deferral in this as well. I'm just curious if we act on this, but we defer the other. I mean, do you even want this if we turn down the other? I'm assuming that you would want all this together. So would it make sense to defer this with the other?
So ideally, yes, we want both of these. Can we move forward with just the campground? Absolutely.
But do you want to, is my question. I mean, do you want to hook them all together and do this with a 30-day deferral, or do you want to act on this now, even though you don't know what the outcome of the other two deals are?
Sure. Even if, let's play all the hypotheticals out. Even if the C2 and the PUD get denied, the campground is still a top priority for this because of the climbing, because of the Cumberland Trail. Right.
Councilwoman Hill.
Thank you. This conversation becomes that much more important given the fact that this is a final decision with the Planning Commission. So I'd like to go back to the question about road movement. Commissioner Highlander brought up the word, he said aesthetics, but the word that I heard you use was impact. That we have a large swath of acreage that for the most part is pristine. Home to lots of wildlife. And if we were to require you to move through the other portion of the property, you'd have to cut a road and have significant impact on some hardwoods. I would assume potentially some older growth hardwoods. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. This permit requests 30 parking spaces and 68 campsites. Help me understand what your expected length of stay is. How much turn are we having? Is this a 1-night stay that we've got 68 coming in and out?
Sure.
Multi-day stays?
So on the stay, I think the permit limits it to 14 days. But I'll let Isaac actually kind of speak to the kind of length of stay that he typically sees in the climbing community. From a Cumberland Trail perspective, if you're trying to through hike the Cumberland Trail, you're there 1 day, maybe 2, and then you're heading on.
And so you don't actually have a car if you're through hiking.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And and the reason we looked at about a half ratio from car to campsite is most folks are carpooling. If you got two people, they want to have their own campsite because a lot of these campsites are going to be for your small backpacking tents. Like my backpacking tent's, I think 2.5 by 6, 2.5 by 7. But I would, if I'm going to go there, I'm not a climber, but if I was going to go and climb, carpool in there with a friend, and we'll just get 2 separate campsites to pitch our own tents.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then as far as the duration, most climbers come.
Yeah, any like established campground such as this one, they all have that kind of 14-day period. So you don't have people squatting on the landing, staying there forever. And most of them are going to be weekend travelers from Florida and neighboring states and things like that. So.
And Mr. Caldero, can you just help us better understand this significance of this piece of property within the climbing community, local, national, international?
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, in my opinion and many others, this is probably one of the most historical rock climbing area purchases that's ever been in history. So that being said alone, it's very important. It's really important to me. That's really how I mentioned earlier, why I moved here, and why I involved my friends and partners to make this dream become a reality. And yeah, it's super significant. It's one of the most sought after amenities I've heard about since I moved here, from not just climbers, but other outdoor enthusiasts. Something similar to this, to our plan.
So a natural treasure, it kind of sounds like.
Yeah, it's one of a kind.
Okay.
It's a miracle that's even happening, to be honest, in my opinion.
Wow,
Thank you.
okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Holland.
Yeah. So are these one tent per spot? And I think it's to Isaac, maybe you can respond to that. So when you reserve a spot, do you pay for the spot? And you've got somebody that's managing that, and it's one tent, a couple people per spot. How does
Right.
that? How do you manage that?
If you go through the special permit, some of this is outlined already. The spaces have to be numbered, and there'll be an either online or in-site registration system, so someone will go and pay the fee to camp. It'll be comparable to what you pay at other campsites that have kind of your primitive walk-in facilities. For example, the one I was at DeSoto Falls this weekend is a primitive walk-in site, and it was $20 a night. So not that it's going to be $20, but it's going to be comparable to what folks are paying for quality walk-in sites. What's your other question? Sorry.
How is that managed?
Oh, managed. Yeah. So Elon Properties is going to hire whether it's I think when our community meeting, there's, do we want a security guard? Do we want a campground manager? Do we want a caretaker? Do we want a campground czar? Whatever we want to call this title. But they will have somebody on staff that's managing the campground, both for check-ins, making, daily, every, 2 or 3 times a day, just making the rounds through the campsite, making sure that there's nobody squatting, make sure people are doing everything appropriate, and making sure that this campground is a pristine campground.
Mr. Farmer or Mr. Matthews, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have a question. I'm a little unclear on the roadway or the widening. Do you know, like, for example, how much of the road you're going to be changing or widening? And you were not really exactly specific on the width.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you can commit to?
So those are details we're still working through. Driving my car up there, granted, I drive a smaller car. You can fit 2 through there. If you have 2 trucks, probably a little tighter. Are we willing to make that investment to improve the road?
Absolutely.
The guy with the money says yes.
I'm going to jump back to Mr. Holland. I think he had one more. I apologize.
Yeah, so
then
I think it was one of the same points is the investment in the road. Is that an investment to improve the gravel road or an investment to pave the road? Or maybe, Mr. Chairman, you could elaborate on how the county maintains gravel roads, a small number.
we're required by state law to maintain them in their current and existing condition. And so obviously we improve roads all the time over time, but it is a public road, but that's the state requirement. So.
And then to the applicant was a question about whether or not you would intend to pave the road or expand the gravel conditions.
It's mostly just due to the nature of kind of also what the locals around there want. Like, obviously I wouldn't want a paved road going back in there, but maybe some speed bumps and a little bit widening in the existing road. But in general, you've all been to campgrounds. Most of them are gravel roads that go back into it, unless it's like a KOA or some massive campground. So going back to being as low impact as possible, that's kind of our agenda.
Okay, Mr. Farm, no, he's good. Dr. Hollander, go ahead. I got a couple.
Just very quickly, and I appreciate the pristine or area. I truly do, and of the gravel road. But I think to work with the community, I would like for you to get input from them of what they would like if you're going to do that, and try and work cohesively with them.
Sure.
Thank you.
And to that point, we've had 3-4 community meetings, and we'll continue to meet with these folks, of everybody in the community, because they're in this for the long haul, and as partners as the community, not just developers that come in, drop a couple homes and leave. This is an investment, not to knock on the developers, but this is an investment to preserve what Montlake and the Stone Fort area has to offer.
That's wrong.
I think this may be a rhetorical question, but I just want to make sure I'm 100% clear. This, if the campground is approved, it is specifically for camping. The 20,000 rock climbers per year, not necessarily all those, actually none of those are camping right now.
No.
Those are funneled through the golf course entrance, I guess is my question, right? So you're talking about a small, minute number of campers compared to the actual rock climbing activities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
Mr. Payne.
Just, I guess it's housekeeping. I'm trying to understand how this works. If this is a final say so, normally between us and the county commission, there's some things that happen. But do you guys manage what kind of road gets approved to go? I mean, what's the vehicle for making sure this road gets done? Who decides how big the road is? That kind of thing. Is that
what
you?
Well, we have requirements in the special permit, which I didn't hear one right related to that. But so there may be some discussions from a permitting perspective for construction on site. But right now we're looking at use. I mean, is that an appropriate use for that area from a special permit? But those are all an unanswered question. I mean, that's right. That's right.
If I may add to that, because with the campground permit requirements, we'll be putting in bathhouse facilities that will have to go through the building code review. And it's at that time when we can have those discussions with the county to say, they could deny us a building permit if the access is not adequate.
Yeah, Councilwoman Hill.
Again, given the fact that we're going to be making a final decision potentially today, I think, Chairman, I wonder if it might be useful, given that we've had people raise their hands that are in support of this. Commissioner Highlander mentioned, community meetings. It sounds like you've had some. We have a note. We've got an email with 62 people who've signed on that they're in favor of this. Mm-hmm. I personally would like to hear some of the neighbors who also live there along these same roads to know what their perspective is on this.
Yeah. Yeah, and let me only offer, and we sort of tried to put them together, and now they're specifically apart. But and I don't know, there may be some discussions before someone makes a motion on this particular case, whether it's to defer, approve, or deny. But I think I have heard the majority of the opposition is access off of Millsaps Road, which is disconnected from the access currently with the golf course off of Montlake Road. And so I think we heard that clear, and it's actually more appropriate that we segregated these. But I'm sorry, I'm not sure if you were done, Councilman.
It has been suggested that no one here in support lives on the same road. Can I get just a show of hands to understand if any of you who are here in support live on Millsaps Road? No. Okay. Thank you. That's clarifying.
Mr. Farmer.
I'm just going to make a quick point as we deliberate this that is on my mind is, we're here talking about a tent. That's the second time we've ever done this, a special permit for a tent, and I get the access. But this could be a massive subdivision if it was left up to a developer. We could be having a whole different conversation if somebody like Mr. Payne down there or myself was putting in a subdivision. This could be one of the biggest subdivisions in the county, and we're talking about 68 tent camp spots. And I just want to make that point to my colleagues as we continue to debate this.
Mr. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of adding on to the point that Mr. Farmer just made is, I guess I'll make this a question for staff if I can, is if this was developed in any way, access and improvements to the road would still be dealt with through the permitting process. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Let me only say, there needs to be some clarification that when the fire marshal, and I think there's been some conversations about that. I guess my only thing I want to make sure everyone understands is they have access to this property because there is a public road to this property. And to Mr. Farmer's point, they could start building homes there without a rezoning request. So those are discussions but typically a permitting requirement is not to bring up an existing county road to existing standards relative to a new subdivision. There are a lot of developments that happen on roads that have been maintained over the years and improved over the years. It would generally be an emergency response access type question. I'm not so sure that the width and whether it was gravel, chip seal, or pavement would necessarily be a permitting requirement. You have to make sure you can get off the property, onto the property safely and off the property. So I don't want the commission to leave and say, well, it's a county road and it's going to be 24 feet wide and paved if this development goes in, because that's not what would happen. And that's not what would happen with any type of development. The issue is we have a rezoning or a special permit to try to deliberate whether 68 campsites are appropriate or not. Access would be more of a public health safety issue than it's going to be a wide road paved. I just want to make sure that is clarified. I think to the applicant's point, from a building code perspective, there are some things that are required, septic, bathhouse, ADA, those types of things. But I do want to clarify the road to not, so there's not any misconceptions.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, the 10 site application is 22 acres. The area of impact, I think we decided is 6.8. So that, if it could be developed, it would be the 22 acres could in theory be developed today for single family neighborhood. Is that?
Well, A1 has it maxed density at 2. This is on septic. 40, probably a little less based on septic.
It's got some, it looks like it has some topography issues, but yeah, it's 22 acres.
Obviously has some geology issues. Mr. Holland.
Yeah. Brian, Mr. Schultz, you said that after the special permit's approved by this body, that's the final approval?
Yes, in the county zoning code, we have some special permits that go on the county commission. This is one I just checked to make sure it stops the planning commission.
Yeah. What's the compliance? What does compliance look like, and who governs that compliance?
Maybe through Hamilton County building inspections, but we get permits for like the bathhouse and stuff. Then codes, people will be, if there's complaints, we get those in.
Who's it go back to?
It's not clear in the code if it's a revocable permit or not. Sometimes it does mention if a permit is revocable, it would go in front of typically in front of the county commission to revoke that permit. Since this is not approved by the county commission, I would assume it come back in front of the planning commission. Thank you. But it's not clear in the code. Again, this is the second one we've had since it's been on the books.
Mr. Matthews.
When I first heard the opposition, I was actually, hoping that we could have a separate entrance for this thing. But looking at the topography on this thing, I don't see how you could even get a small trail through there for vehicles. I think this is the only option. And if you're willing to get with the neighborhood to address the issues of what they would like on that road, rather than tell them or what, I would move that we approve.
Okay, have a motion to approve the special permit has been seconded. Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant provided 3 conditions. I don't know if that is the intention of the motion.
With conditions.
And those were, if I'm correct, and I don't know if this was amplified.
You want to read them out?
Yeah, if you would.
Yeah, because you can't have amplified music anyways. So quiet hours shall be between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. 100-foot buffer between the campground and lot 056138. That's depicted on the plan. and a campground manager or caretaker shall be required. You know, and the question about the revocable permits come up. If I can add a fourth condition that this could be a revocable permit, if that helps.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to add that as a condition, I'm not sure whether that would revoke through how that process. Typically, there are either complaints legislatively or there are safety issues relative to the sheriff or the EMA. And I would anticipate if there are safety issues relative to the sheriff or the EMA, it probably could be revoked. Probably, maybe legally at that point. But Mr. Matthews.
I'll take his suggestion. We'll add that to come back to the planning commission in order to revoke that if necessary.
Okay, and Mr. Maybe you good with that? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can you clarify what a required campground manager looks like? That could be once a week. Can you define what that would look like?
So we're still, and this is what we had the same discussion with the community. We're still working through what those details are. But our intent is that this is someone that's on site when folks are there. And they're making, their daily rounds, whether it's two or three times a day, making the morning rounds, afternoon rounds, and evening rounds, just making sure that everything is in order. Daily, yeah.
You good with that, Mr. Matthews?
Mr. Chairman,
a second.
Can staff clarify just on the revocable part?
There would be.
Sure what that means. Is that like what would be the triggers to bring it for this planning commission? When is staff supposed to know to bring that back for this body? I think it's very hard. Is it? We have it's very similar to STVR process, but I'm not sure if that's very specific on what that is. 3 complaints. Just 3 complaints in a given year. It seems hard for enforcement for staff because we're not enforcers.
I'm open to suggestions on clarification for Councilman Hill.
I think that we are heading ourselves into a legislative quandary with that amendment or that condition. I think we have a body of law that's written related to this permit, and I think we should let that law supersede this. There's no way that we can create an ordinance around permit revocation for campsites in the space of this meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Chairman, I'll remove that one condition from my.
Mr. Maybe. Okay, so now I have a motion and I have a second, Mr. Maybe, that the 3 conditions that were read, but including daily on the manager on site. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Any further discussion on that motion? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Unopposed. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move, and Mr. Schultz, I think, went through both of those relatively well without objection from the Planning Commission. I think what we'll do is we'll move into allow the applicant to talk relative to the C2 and the PUD. We'll move through the same cycle, 7 minutes, and then allow the opposition to speak. And I do know that there were some individuals in the audience that were in favor of. And so what I would ask the applicant is during their 7 minutes and 2 minutes, if they want to have any of those individuals raise their hand again, that's fine. Or if they want them to speak, that needs to happen in that time. So without objection to going back through the staff recommendation, and it was a recommendation to defer 30 days, but we'll go through case for the rezone from A1 to R2A to C2 and the PUD. So if the applicant would go ahead.
Sure. So Alan Jones, Space Engineering. The good thing is with the campground site, we got the passion and the reason behind us. So I think it's the same group and the same reasons and the same passion for what we're wanting to do with this proposal. So what we're looking at doing is providing two things. We want to support and continue to foster along the golf course, which has been struggling. When the golf course was purchased, it loses about $200,000 a year. It's a sinking hole, sinking ship. But the developers are committed to keeping the golf course open and making it work. To do that, we need some other revenue sources to kind of offset that to make sure we can keep the golf course going. And then most importantly, the whole impetus for this is for the rock climbing, for Stone Fort, as Isaac's touched on a lot. So right now the golf course has a clubhouse. It's kind of falling apart. You go to the men's bathroom and there's a curtain that separates the urinal from the toilet. It's that bad. So it needs to be replaced. So part of the vision is to put a new clubhouse in. We want to bring in a new restaurant. Isaac's been working with some of the local restaurant owners that we respect to look at possibly getting them to come up there. Looking at doing an event venue for weddings, for corporate events, for residents to rent it out for family reunions, things of that kind of nature. And then the hostel. So the previous owner had built a massive block concrete structure for helicopter hangar? Yeah, the helicopter hangar. So we don't need a helicopter hangar. And so we're looking at possibly converting that into a hostel where you've got you've got rooms on the outside of the facility and then have kind of a common space in the middle. If you've ever been to the crash pad, kind of think that kind of vibe, that kind of quality. And then the rest of the request is for rental cabins. The rental cabins is really hitting three different groups. It's looking at the higher end climbers. There are climbers aren't the dirt bags. There are lots of climbers. It's actually not a derogatory term, but that's what they call themselves. They're proud of it. So I think it used to be one.
Absolutely.
Still are too. So but it's for the climbers that want to stay in nicer facilities, that when they fly in here or travel here from out of town. It's for golfers. So actually having a place for golfers to stay if they're not from the area. And then also just for folks that just want to be able to come to a place that is they can stay in a cabin, they can hike on the Cumberland Trail, they can go down to Blue Hole, they can play golf, just a myriad of opportunities for folks. Like when my family and I, we go out. Usually the kids get the campsite, my parents get the cabin. This is a great kind of place for families to kind of come and have gatherings. We've been really, really careful in how we design this thing because we do want to respect and we do want to be good neighbors, specifically with the Montlake Golf Course. There are a bunch of them here. There's a bunch that are either against it completely. I know there's some that they're for it, but with conditions. And then there's a whole group of folks that are for this in favor. If you're in favor, raise your hand. So we've got a lot of folks. Unfortunately, Susan was sick today. She was going to be the one that was going to be a kind of a spokesperson for the community. So I've got some language here I can read for you if you'd like to hear it. But when it comes to being respectful for the community and how we work this development, for the cabins, right now, all the cabins are no closer than 350 feet from an existing single-family residence. It's down ravine, up ravine, and then you've got your first couple of homes. The event venue location, not that one, the one that's closer to the clubhouse. That one is the closest residence 450 feet away. So we've been really mindful in how we place these facilities on the development, so we can be mindful of that. One of the discussions that came through neighborhood meetings and having coffee with folks is we're more than happy to put a 100-foot undisturbed buffer along that southern, they're in that area in green, putting a 100-foot undisturbed buffer. So that way we can't grade there anyways because it's a big ravine, but having the assurance that area cannot be cleared, leaving that alone. The reason we stopped it short from going any further to the left is because that's the approach for the 15th fairway to the 15th green. They made any modifications to the golf course. Another thing is to the left of Brian's red circle, that area right there, that originally was in our PUD request. The Montlake Homeowner Association informed us that the smaller lot to the left is actually part of their HOA and has all the deed restrictions. So we really couldn't do what we were looking to do anyway. So we removed that. And then talking to the neighbor that lives directly south of that, we've selected just to remove that whole area from the PUD request. And that way it stays in its current A1 form. as it had of, before these guys bought the property. From a phasing standpoint, phase one, the idea is to do the clubhouse update, the new clubhouse, the restaurant, and the event venue. To speak on the event venue and the deferral, the reason that my understanding that staff recommended for deferral is because there is conflicts in the code from whether or not a special use permit is required. If it is required, we have no problems going through that process. Because our perspective is if the PUD and the zoning support the event venue, then we'll go get the special use permit for the event venue. And we won't get a building permit until we have that special event permit. So from our perspective, it's relevant, but it's not. It's just another step in the process that we'll have to go through. That's fine. And Mr. Lehman and I have talked, there is some disconnect. You look at the C2 zone. It says if you want to do an event venue, you need a special use permit. Great. Go to special use permit. It says golf courses, commercial properties, and the like are exempt. Now what do we do? If we needed a veer on the side of caution and get a special use event permit for that particular building, then we can do that. But there's no point in doing that if we can't get the zoning approved. So I'll leave it at that for the opposition to talk, and then I'll be back.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant relative to rezone? Mr. Maybe.
This, I guess, be a follow up on one of the things the applicant mentioned, but question would be for staff is in terms of y'all's recommendation to defer based on the permitting or the special permit, is that because y'all believe they need that before we could approve it, or is that something that could be done after the fact?
It can be done after the fact. We were just looking at trying to get them all reviewed at the same time. Again, we didn't find out at the last minute that a special permit would be required because it is conflicting. Where you look at the C2, it does, like Alan said, does state special permit. When you go to special permit, it says commercial properties are exempt.
Okay,
so
I got you. So if it is determined that a special permit would be required, that would be reviewed by y'all and come back to the planning commission.
Come back to the planning commission, and this one would go to the county commission.
Okay.
It's like for wedding venues, reunions. It does cap it at 300, I think 300 residents or users on the property. So, yeah, they can go through this whole thing, get it rezoned, get the PUD, but they may not be able to get a special permit for the event venues.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Lehman, if I have an extra minute, do I have any time left on my?
No, we'll catch back up.
Sure.
You'll have 2 minutes to respond. I think I've got some people that still want to speak. Any other comments? Are you for the development? Or are you in opposition?
Speaking for the homeowner association.
Can I let me let opposition speak one more time? We're out of time on the front end, and then you'll have some time after there. But I gave the option. I know we went through a long one on the tent. If anybody else wants to speak, there is 9 minutes on the rezoning to C2 and the PUD. So I'm assuming just the 2 or 3. Go ahead, sir. Just your name and address.
Yes, I'm Kevin Kraczynski with 9028 Brow Lake. And I'm sorry, I'm probably following that group that Alan mentioned that's opposed but has conditions that we can get there. And, I'd like to thank Alan and the new owners because we've met a number of times over coffee and in person, and we've come a long ways. But I'm glad we have a 30-day deferral because we're not quite there yet. I'm standing up here, but there's a group of homeowners that are directly impacted by it. And we've got about 70% of the impacted homes that have signed a petition. And it's not that we're 100% against it. This can be done and it can be done well. And we'd ask that, the commission to kind of take that kind of stuff into account when reviewing this. And, we really have, we'll say 3 main points. When we purchased our homes in Montlake, there was an intended and expected use for the development. When we moved in, we thought it was a golf course, and there wasn't a restaurant. We were okay with that. And there wasn't an event venue. We were okay with that. We knew that there may be a pool, there may be tennis courts. There was things that were supposed to happen, and that was intended and expected use, and that was what the owners of these homes all expected. I think the other points we have is if this thing changes to a C2 PUD, the potential for the next property on the mountain to become a C2 property. I think it was mentioned that there's no C2 on the mountain. You have to go down into Saudi. The people that moved on the mountain moved there for a reason. They moved into Montlake for a reason. That was the expectation when they purchased their property. Once the property values have changed, the incremental change to go from one property C2 to another, when you have other commercial developments looking to capitalize on the initial development, I think it creates a precedent for other properties nearby. And then the other overarching concern for this board, and I believe for the Hamilton County Commission, would be the precedent this development does for rural Hamilton County. When you take an A1 development that's well established and you allow it to become a PUD, and you change everyone's intended expected use all at one time, it's pretty drastic. There's another golf course in Hickson. I think it's Valley Brook. Similar concern. And I think if this changes, I think there's no way Valley Brook wouldn't change dramatically as a result, because this opens the door to other developments changing across the county. And then finally, I'll say that this development, well, it's come in as 3 different orders for the reason it needs to. When you look at the map, it's very carved up. It's the developments, it's totality. It's everything included. So the campground really, while it's independent, there's only 30 parking spots. They're counting on people traveling through from the golf course or from the new clubhouse. It's all one large development. The future use of that development will also be changed forever. So while it's A1, which supports golf courses, it also supports disc golf. It supports trails going through that will connect to the Cumberland Trail. So this is a much larger development that's being kind of shown in 3 separate parts that really doesn't represent what's changing on the mountain. So I would ask that the commission kind of take that in consideration as you review it. And I don't want to give a bunch of problems without some solutions. And Alan and I have met a number of times requesting permanent buffers. 100 foot isn't a whole lot when you have an acre lot. In an urban environment, those small buffers mean a lot. When you're rural, you really need to look larger than 30 feet or 100 feet. So we're kind of proposing, a 300 foot from an HOA lot. They use a term of, the 350 foot. That's structure to structure. There's a huge difference between structure to structure and property line to structure, or property line to PUD. So we're asking the owners to negotiate with us on what these buffers really look like and come back. And I think we could be in support of things if those buffers are established. They're drawn on the map, so they cannot be disturbed or changed. And then finally, I would ask for a phase and incremental development. They're asking for everything all at once with no proof of concept. We're relying on trust. And I think the new owners are great people. They've done a lot to meet with us. But to say that we can take all these things and just trust them is a lot. So doing some carve outs. It is only the restaurant and the hostel that necessitates a C2 PUD. The PUD could be done under an A1 classification, as we understand. And with some carve outs that say, hey, we're just going to do the hostel up here in this top corner as C2. I don't think you're gonna get a lot of opposition from the neighborhood. They show proof of concept. They're taking care of it. They're managing. It's working well. Come back in for a zoning change at that time and incorporate all it into one larger C2 PUD. And I think we can get there. But again, we're not there yet. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come on back up.
Again, my name's Charles Gregory. I'm a property owner on Millsap and Millsap Cove Road. I have several 100 feet, thousands of feet across the road from Montlake. The county has already tore out some of my sidelines. They tore out my corners that's been surveyed. And they're talking about widening the road. How are they going to widen the road where people's property already comes down to in the roads there? I have one corner that actually goes nearly plumb across the road, Millsap Road. How are they going to do this? How's this going to work?
Well, I mean, if you're asking me how they can impact your private property, that's a private property law issue, not a planning commission issue. So we deal with zoning changes and land use, not an impact to your personal property.
Okay,
So,
I understand. But did you guys agree to let them use Millsap Road? That it's okay?
Millsap Road is a public road.
Yes, I know it is. I know.
Are we talking about again? What the better way for this is you can make as many comments as you want, and if someone needs to redirect, they can. It's not really a back and forth question answer.
Okay.
But if you're talking about impact to your personal property, that's not a discussion relative to this planning commission.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Was there someone else that wanted to speak relative to this in opposition? Okay, sir, I think you were a proponent. I mean, you were a part of the, so there's
Yes, sir.
some
My
follow-up.
name is Dennis Kirtley. I'm presently the president and a board member of the Montlake Property Owners Association. We had 2 large meetings with the new owners and the property owners where all the discussions we had and concerns were spoken. The board met every day for several days after that. And then finally, we decided that the homeowner association's official position, that we're in cautious support of what the new owners want to do and these zoning changes. We feel that we have a lot more to gain overall with these new owners than we would have any other options. They initially came in thinking they would close the golf course. Also, any other buyers would have probably closed the golf course. It loses $200,000 a year at the moment. They have already started investing money into the golf course with new equipment. We feel this is our best choice. If that golf course closes, it will have a much larger impact on the property owners than what they're proposing. They are not the normal kind of property developers. They are naturalists. Their motivations are completely different. They want to preserve the look of the area, the rural look of the area. And we find that to be beneficial, and we do believe them. They will do that because of the type of people they are. I have met many of the stone climbers. They seem to be really nice kids. Compared with many kids in our society now, they're very impressive. They're usually very athletic. They're very responsible, and they respect the nature. So, and they usually come in groups of cars. That's one thing I noticed. I've helped them even start some of the cars when they don't start. They don't necessarily drive nice cars, but they come in 4 or 5 in a car, which means there'll be less traffic. And when I was told there was 20,000 people coming a year, we were astounded. We hadn't really noticed it. And I don't think we will in the future either. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, are you in opposition or?
I'd like a chance to rebut part of his comments. Good 30 seconds. Yeah, we're in the group that's
Okay.
supportive of this. And it's Ben Miller. I live on Brow Lake Road. And as Kevin said, we have about 66 signatures of people that are in favor with, working with these guys on some various things. Anyway, they may speak for part of the association, but Dennis told us before, during, and after that they did not speak for the group. There's the part on Mont Lake Road and that's close to the clubhouse is what we're really talking about. A lot of the people live a mile and a half away, so there's no impact to that part of the homeowner section. So it's just clarification that they don't really speak for the group that Kevin, which is going to be the majority of the people that are being impacted. That's really just a clarification.
Thank you, sir. Okay, any questions from the Planning Commission, I guess, for opposition or staff or applicant? And well, ma'am, are you opposition or are you? Yeah, come, if you could be brief, yes, ma'am.
I'm 940 Fairway Lane. I'm right at the kind of the corner of it. I think I'm about 300 foot from that line. I'm with these people. We have signed petitions. I've talked to my neighbors. It's just very, very close to me. We all moved up on Mont Lake to get away from kind of the C2 area. If I wanted to, I'd move to, like Hickson or somewhere. I have children, dogs, I am just worried about these cabins being so very close to me. People are coming and going, just kind of wandering around into my, if they're naturalists, yes, they're going to explore, that's very close to property owners' homes, at night when we're asleep and in bed, I work. So that's just kind of what my concern is. I would rather have more of a buffer of 500 foot, at least from my property line. It's just very close to me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Matthews.
I have a question for Mr. Jones. you've seen the staff's recommendation for 30-day deferral. Is that something that you see would be advantage for either you or the neighborhood, or do you think that I guess I'm saying, can you live with that, or you want to push forward?
So we can do a deferral if we need to. You know, 1 extra month is not gonna, you know, we still got to survey the property, you know, from a development perspective. But, you know, the reason for the staff deferral was not because we're trying to work out conditions. It's this special use permit thing. You know, I think 350 feet a structure setback is pretty generous, and pretty respectful given the ravines and the native, you know, given the full forest that's out there. Would I accept the deferral? Absolutely. Would I prefer you to maybe make a move on the case? Yeah, I'd take that.
Mr. Farmer.
This is a super interesting case. I mean, it really is. I mean, mainly we're dealing with apartments and subdivisions and all this kind of stuff. And it's been a while since we've spent this much time on a case, I think. By my calculation, the developers or the owners could build over 200 single family homes as it's zoned. And now they've got this kind of unique use that I would consider for this amount of acreage is low impact. I realize, and I've kind of carefully thought about the C2 side of it. And I think it's maybe even a fair trade for not having 220 plus houses up there, and getting rid of a golf course. And that way I heard you as far as saving the golf course. I think that's important. So I'm kind of with Mr. Matthews over there, and all these folks are here and we have to come back and do this again. I for one, would support moving this project moving forward, whether it's today or next month. Thank you.
And to that point, we have options between now and county commissions to iron out additional details with the community.
Yeah, hold on.
Sorry.
Anybody else? Yep. What's wrong?
Yeah, thanks. So what I heard was the opposition was fairly close to kind of putting their issues aside, and work. You all have apparently worked really well with anybody who's in close or even farther apart from opposition. So I think, you know, I really would, and I think what the opposition, the small bit of opposition would appreciate is a bit more time to work with you. And it would be really nice to see them come back in a low impact development with all of their concerns, you know, or the majority of the concerns worked out with the adjacent property owners for the event venues that require a special permit, and see that, you know, you've gotten a little bit closer even for the 30 days. I think it's valuable for the people who are impacted the most.
That's a motion. I'll second.
I'll make that in form of a motion.
I have a motion to defer 30 days. It has been properly seconded. Did you have anything, Dan?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, of course, you know, that is our recommendation. But before that, I just wanted to say we were in general support of this application too. Just wanted a bit more time. So, but I think that would help us get some conditions and other things worked out. But in general, staff was supportive of the development.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
And it'd be good just for the applicant, if he can, so whatever conditions you come up with, get those to us in advance so we can all meet.
Well, we still got a motion on the floor. It hadn't passed yet. I'm not saying that it won't, but let's take care of that. And then I'm assuming he does know that if it's a 30-day, I would anticipate he meets again and provides all that information. So I do have a motion to defer 30 days for case 158, which is the rezoning, and we'll do the PUD right after this. We'll do in two different votes, but I do need a vote on defer 30 days on the rezoning. Has been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call. They hate when I do roll calls, but I'm gonna do a roll call. If if we could roll call, the motion is to defer 30 days. A yes is to defer, a no is to not. But please, Mr. Schultz.
Sandra can.
Or Sandra, sorry. Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
And again, I've already made my comments. Just to move it along, I make a motion to approve, and there's still time that you can work on these issues between now and when it's being heard at county commission. So motion to approve both cases.
Second.
I have a motion to approve. Can we do both cases at the same time? We need to do them.
I do them separately.
Okay, we're gonna do the rezoning first. We'll do the PUD directly after. So I have a motion to approve the rezoning has been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Which is the opposed? Mr. Holland opposed. Motion carries. Second case associated, this is 157, which is the plan unit development. I would have a motion to approve the PUD has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the PUD? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Mr. Holland. Motion carries. Just for the applicant and then some of the opposition, I think on both, the tent camp special permit will not, but both of these will go county commission next month.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
At 9:30 in this same room.
Okay, everybody, let me let some people leave. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hit these that have opposition. So I know there's opposition, so we'll go directly into staff. We'll go into staff presentation, and then we'll hear from the applicant. And then as the applicant speaking on their first 7 minutes, if you'd like to speak in opposition, if you could line up, and maybe some of you are doing that, but we're going to do next item 12 on the agenda, which is case number 2022-163, which is the development or the rezoning request at 8699 North Hickory Valley Road in Helms County. The request is to rezone from R2 Rural Residential District to R3 Multifamily Residential District. Mr. Schultz.
This is a request to rezone from R2A Rural Residential District to R3 Multifamily Residential District. Proposed use is multifamily residential. It's roughly 54 acres in size. Proposed number of units, 703. That's a density of 13. If you look at the zoning map, you have R2 to the north, R2A, R3, MD to the west of this site. To the south is C2, large C2, which that part is in the city of Chattanooga. Further south, you have R2 and R3, and then the southwest is R3. So there's various residential zones in this vicinity. This would be an extension of an adjacent R3 zone as well. Again, this property is located in the county. You can see it's right here, and the C2 that I just mentioned is just roughly right here. So it is in the city, but this property is in the county. It's 8699 North Hickory Valley Road. There's single-family dwellings near this property, which are detached. You do have some multifamily to the south and commercial to the south. But generally, everything to the north of this property is either vacant land or single-family detached. Here's another aerial view of what that site looks like. This portion here that's cleared is in the city. And behind this wooded area, that's the portion we're talking about. You can see there's some type of TVA transmission line that crosses this property. But right now, it's wooded and vacant. Here's a view of the site, the sign. Another view of the site. Look, this is down North Hickory Valley Road looking towards Highway 58. Site's on the right-hand side. Again, we have another piece of property that's not located in a specific land use plan, so we rely on the Hamilton County Comp Plan, which is adopted in 2016. Again, it has intensity levels that it references, again, with level 1 being the least intense, all the way up to 5 being the highest intensity of development. Majority or 3/4 of the sites in level 4. Level 4 intensity levels are defined as the areas in close proximity to major roads and intersections of major/minor roads. Includes a wide variety of residential uses, a medium-scale commercial/industrial development. It does have some level 1, 2, and 3, just very, very small, where we have some topography issues on this site. Staff recommended to approve this case with the condition. The request is compatible with surrounding land uses. The request is compatible with adjacent development form, existing zoning and comprehensive plan. Again, this is an extension of adjacent R3 zone. This request would provide housing for nearby Enterprise South. And staff recommended condition to lower the density on the site. So staff recommended approve subject to a maximum of 13 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
Now, we did have opposition, which is in front of you and in the Google spreadsheet. I'm assuming they're here today to talk about the opposition.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? I see none. Your name and address, and you'll have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Mike Price, MAP Engineers. Brian, if you would you pull up the site plan for reference? Thank you. So the plan is to rezone this property, which is currently zoned for duplexes, to R3 for apartments. As you can see from the site plan, there is also a townhouse development that is in the front that fronts Highway 58 as well as North Hickory Valley Road. That property was a former Walmart site, which is zoned currently C2, which allows townhouses and is located in the city of Chattanooga. Currently, a land disturbance permit has been requested and is expected to be issued within the next few days, and work should be starting sometime this fall. So the request is for the property then behind it, which is an irregular shaped piece of property. It does have a TVA power easement that goes through the property. But in looking at how we can develop the plan in a proper and appropriate manner, we looked at providing community space in through there, landscape buffers, and sort of spread out the development in making certain that we were providing the amenities such as clubhouse, pools, dog park, walking areas, walking trails, and the rest through the property. If most of you have seen developments that have occurred within Chattanooga, you know that apartment units at 13 units per acre is pretty low. Typically, we're somewhere between that 18 and 19 units per acre. So at 13, we are far less than what is typically seen in most developments that occur. So we did have a community meeting last Thursday night. There were approximately 100 people at the meeting. There were many comments that were discussed. Let me touch on the main one, or one of the main ones, and that was dealing with traffic. So as part of the development for the townhouse, a traffic study was requested by CDOT. And in that traffic study, there were certain improvements that were going to be required to occur to Highway 58, which is where one of the main entrance locations is located. That is simply to provide more of a left turn storage bay and to do some improvements in the median area itself. What we envision taking place is taking that previous traffic study, working off of it based upon this plan, and then incorporating whatever those changes are that are required to make this project fall into compliance from a traffic standpoint and from a safety standpoint. That process is underway now. I don't have the results of what that is, but whatever that may be, we will certainly adhere to those requirements, and the engineering department at the county, as well as the city, because again, of the proximity here, we'll both have that opportunity to look at it. This is a Class A apartment development. There was some discussion with regards to subsidized housing and the fear that that would turn into this. That is not what this is. Class A market housing, market rate driven. That's what we're looking at. There was discussion with regards to schools also, and fire department ability to service in the event emergency services. What I understand is there's an interlocal agreement that will sort of supersede, so that if there is some 2-alarm fire or something else that requires the fire department access, it will be the city of Chattanooga that responds. So Given all of that, we think that this is an appropriate use. If you see where it is located and with the topography, it's tucked away. It's not seen by the neighbors in through here that would be adjoining it. We've also agreed to a 30-foot type A landscape buffer with the residents that would be on the western boundary in Wakanda Hills, and there to the south there that comes off of Millard Lee Lane. So given that, we think that we have put together an appropriate plan, address the issues to the best of our ability, and we think that this is an appropriate use, and we concur with staff recommendations as far as 13 units per acre. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'm assuming y'all are opposition. Okay. Is there any other opposition that wants to speak? Well, okay. If y'all could line up, if you want to speak, if you could sort of line up. Again, we have 9 minutes. I'm going to try to work it with that. So I may cut somebody off, but ma'am, if you'll go ahead with your name and address. Again, I think there's about 4 or 5 people behind you. Just if you could be mindful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Shannon Stevenson. I'm at 9042 Edgewater Road in County Commission District 9. And I humbly represent probably some of the people that you saw with their hands raised, and including my community, Eagle Bluff, Wakanda Hills, Wakanda Bay Community Club, Lakeshore Drive, and others. I also want to thank Commissioner Highlander and Mr. Price, as well as Mr. Moss of RM Investment, for taking the time to meet with us. But we have only met one time, and it was favorable to see the Montlake development and how many times they met. So, which we'll get to my point in just a second. So it's no secret, Highway 58 is underdeveloped. We know that. We welcome new community members. We want new community members. But we, along with the recommendations and the conditions in your all's report, is there is not a proper traffic study. And we would respectfully ask that we defer this 30 days so that we can get that proper traffic study. The traffic study is only for the townhome development, and it does not include the North Hickory Valley impact. In 2021, there was about 3,776 vehicles that traveled. This is proposing to add another 6,000, and I'm not even sure if that's one way. I'm assuming that is, but we do need a proper traffic study. During that time, we would welcome the developers to meet with us. We have a great community. We want good developments in our community, which we're happy to hear them talk about. I just do want to add, we didn't see the dog park or walking in the plan, but that was a nice add. So we'll look forward to those updated plans with those included, and that we don't have something like this in the unincorporated county where they are relying solely on mutual aid to cover like fire service and things of that nature. So we would just ask that it defer 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come on.
Hi, Robert Hadland, 5401 Autumnwood Drive. My property directly abuts the left topmost building in the picture there. I also was pretty surprised to take a look at the other development and the type of interaction between the developers and them. This 3-story building will be 30 feet away. This proposed 3-story building will be, it sounds like 30 feet away from my property. I'm not sure how that's going to give me any sort of privacy. The woods there look lovely, but if you live in this neighborhood, that impacts about 4 homes for the existing neighborhood there. Everybody else is going to be pushed all the way back. Those 2 buildings there, if those were out of it, would probably be a lot different. We would actually have buffer space. I also would appreciate if we could defer 30 days. I don't think that most of us knew the enormity of what was going on back there. Most of us thought that this had something to do with the townhomes, which I don't think that there was a huge amount of opposition to. I think that we would all like an opportunity to just kind of discuss this and to kind of figure out what options that we have for working with the developers to make this something that we can all live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Come on.
I'm Wayne Jefferson Jr., and I'm at 8532 Old Champion Road, which this backs up the far left end, that little corner backs up to our property line. It's only 3 houses down there. And I just noticed him saying they were building all this to block the Wakanda neighborhood. What buffer are they going to give us? I don't see it on this plan here. I don't know how far back they're coming.
Sir, you're in the lower, if you're looking at this plan, you're in the lower, my lower left, right? Yeah, down there, on over, go the other way, Brian. No, the other way. There you go, right there. He's right there.
Three houses there, it's just three of us. The other problem we have is we've been through this before, and I hope, and I'm sure they have a plan, but I'm asking for a 30-day deferment just so we can see the water runoff coming off that hill. When they did this before, they had to stop because it flooded our yard and also the neighborhood on the other side of us with mud and everything else. Maybe they got a plan for that. Maybe they hadn't looked at it, but that's all I'm asking for.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Linda Walker, 4906 Willow Lawn Drive. I have lived in this area my entire life, so I'm familiar with the traffic patterns for both North Hickory Valley and for Champion. And I think if you add this many more vehicles on the road, it's already highly impacted. If you're going through the busy times, early in the morning, late in the evening, where we have already a lot of backup. So I don't believe it can be any better. So I do also believe in the deferral and also looking to see about the traffic studies. And I know that this isn't anything you all deal with, but as an educator, I'm always very much interested in education. And it would also probably impact our schools up in that area, adding 700 and probably altogether more than 1,000 people with their families, multi-families. So again, that's also going to be a part of the buses on the road and things like that. So again, deferral would probably be one of my best thoughts at this point in time, just to see, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lynn Buxton, and I'm with Eagle Bluff Subdivision. I'm actually the HOA president there. My address is 7003 Doral, Doral Lane. And we just got wind of this just a few days before the community meeting. And our concern is that 160 townhomes have already been approved. And before those are even built, now they're asking for another 706 units, but they're not increasing the road at Hickory on North Hickory Valley to accommodate any of that traffic. But they do have 2 entrances on North Hickory Valley with no road accommodations. And so if there's a big problem with traffic, since the developer is not going to increase the road, does that mean that it just goes to the road committee another 3 years down the road for millions of dollars to increase the lanes there? So if you're going to put in a subdivision, and don't get me wrong, we would love to have something on that corner where the Walmart was supposed to go in, because it is definitely an eyesore. But I don't understand why we can't have the 160 units that the city has already approved, have those developed, and then see what the condition of the road is, and then come back and look at the 706 units of apartments that they want to put behind that without doing anything to the roads at all, other than 2 turn lanes at that intersection. So yes, we do want to defer this. Thank you.
My name is Robert Perkins. I live at 6126 Sasha Lane. I'll be very quick. My concern is the traffic study is only North Hickory Valley, and there are several, that area is on a peninsula. There's several neighborhoods out there, and there's North Hickory Valley and there's Champion. That's the only way in and out of that. So impact on North Hickory Valley could spill over to Champion, and I just think that it should be looked at. So deferment would be my preference.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Any questions? Dr. Holland, or you, if you would, Mr. Price, you've got about 2 minutes to talk, maybe respond to some of the comments relative to traffic.
Thank you. So when the initial traffic study was done, it accounted for these townhomes and an additional 250 single family residents. So the study was partially complete, if you will. It just needs to be upgraded. We are again underway under that now. It was mischaracterized a little bit in some of the discussion here. It's not that we are not going to be doing road improvements. We absolutely are, both to 58 and the North Hickory Valley Road. I can't imagine getting through the review process and not doing that. It's just a matter of what that looks like, and we're in the process of getting that. I would ask not for a 30-day deferral. What I would ask is that move on. If there's questions that the residents have, I'm happy to meet with them between now and county commission. But at this time, as I see it, this is an appropriate use, R3. We do have buffers. We're putting together a plan that we think is appropriate and is cohesive with regards to the other development plan that's already in place. And so if there's issues to be worked out, I think there's plenty of time for that to occur between now and county commission. So with that, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Mr. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the applicant. Can you speak to how you have your buffer set up, and in particular on the western portion of the property that the gentleman brought up?
So the western portion, there's a big vacant tract right there. If you'll go straight up on the dot, that's owned by the state of Tennessee. That's part of the state park in that area. The other tracts that are beside us are large tracts in through there. Topography is such that we're pretty far away as it relates from our neighbors. So I was just putting a 10-foot landscape buffer into those areas due to looking at the grades. It doesn't seem like there'll be any sort of ability to build up close to us as it relates to that. But we can certainly look at that and have, again, discussions with our neighbors and sort of put together, I think, some conditions as it regards to setback distances and what those buffers would look like. Again, these are things that are, I think, minor in nature, but important that they get it right. And so I think that can be accomplished in that timeline between now and county commission.
Thank you.
I see another. Mr. Holland.
Yeah, Mr. Price, I know you mentioned that there were road improvements. I know the opposition's concerned about that. Can you take just a few minutes to elaborate on the types of road improvements that might be considered?
So there's basically two types of road improvement that we see, maybe three, but Highway 58 is one. So we have a median entrance that we will be taking advantage of that will be one of the primary entrances for those that will be traveling northbound on Highway 58. So we'll be extending that left turn bay to provide proper stacking so that those cars can get over and then make that left turn, crossing over traffic coming into the development. At the intersection at North Hickory Valley Road, currently there is a single left turn lane. What we envision occurring is most likely is it will turn into a dual left turn lane, turning out then on northbound onto Highway 58. So we sort of see those two things for certain. As it relates to North Hickory Valley Road and our entrance there, I'm going to rely upon the traffic engineer to come up with his recommendations, or her. I'm not certain what that's going to entail, but it will be in the traffic study. We'll then provide that again to the city and county. And then from there, we will come up with whatever conditions that are appropriate to incorporate based upon that study. But we're not turning a blind eye towards the traffic conditions out through here. It's just, I don't have all of the answers. I'm relying upon those professionals to get that done, and then it be reviewed in the appropriate manner.
Any other?
Yes.
Dr. Holland.
I will say, and I appreciate Mr. Price, you and Mr. Miles coming and meeting, and I counted over 150 there. So you maybe, I know you're a numbers guy, but I got in the back and counted, and we had a very good attendance, and you spoke very well and very eloquently, and Mr. Miles was very helpful. I am for responsible growth, and I mean, I think it's a great place to grow. I got a call from a gentleman who just walked in that I may let, if it's all right, I would like to call on Sheriff Hammond for a discussion. Sheriff Hammond, if he could come up, please, sir. And he has had some contacts with people there. And I have had several people say, even now with school not going on, coming off North Hickory Valley, they have had to wait through 3 red light cycles to get onto Highway 58. And that's not during school zone. And I'll let the sheriff address another comment I'd like to make. I have kept up a CDL school bus license for many years, so I could be helpful in that. And school buses are not allowed to go, as CARTA buses are not, into apartment complexes or townhouse developments. They're not allowed to go on private property. So in addition, I'm not sure what all the CDEC has already come up with, but that was my understanding, it was not with relation to 706 apartments. Now, Mr. Price says it is, so that very well may be correct. But I am concerned with the school buses stopping. They have their 4 ways going. And once this is developed, I'm thinking traffic will be halted going north and south on North Hickory Valley, and going on Highway 58 if they have to. It'll stop the whole state highway development there. So I am concerned both with the current condition, which is already pretty abysmal for traffic, and also there. Now, someone mentioned, one of our educators mentioned, all the schools are at capacity right now. I realize that's not our problem to deal with that, but the county commission will have to deal with building new schools pretty soon if we do. But I am most concerned about the traffic, and Sheriff Hammond, if you could address that, both school bus and just traffic on North Hickory Valley, I would certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Jim Hammond, Sheriff, Hamilton County. I do not live in that area, so I don't have the vested interest of having to be one of the ones who would be caught in the traffic. And I'm certainly not opposed to us building more housing, which is sorely needed within our county. But I am concerned as sheriff, and the statistics of the type of traffic that would be pouring into those feeder streets if we proceed without having a good, solid plan of how we're going to get traffic in and out of that development. My men, of course, patrol that area, the city. This is one of those areas where we kind of butt up against each other, especially the area where the Walmart was going to go. So I'm very familiar with that area in there. So I would simply say, while we need the housing there, there needs to be a very, very careful consideration to how we're going to handle the traffic flow. I did speak with individuals who say it is not uncommon now for the amount of traffic that's pouring out on Highway 58 there, for you to have set through several traffic lights to be able to get out onto the road.
Thanks, Sheriff. Thank you. Do you have anything else, Dr. Highlander?
I would propose that we defer it and let them do a little further traffic study. Thank you.
That a motion? There, a second. Motion. Ms. Rome.
Mr. Price, this may be completely infeasible because you're waiting on the results. I realize that, but is it possibility to avoid Hickory Valley Road and those easements altogether? I mean, can all of this? No. Okay. Thank you.
No, we have to have adequate access and multiple access points for fire and safety and emergency vehicles. And again, if there's a problem, which Sheriff Hammonds has mentioned, as far as people having to wade through, it's because it's a single left turn bay. I think what we are seeing is we're going to be proposing a dual left turn lane. Even with our additional traffic, that will be addressing the issue, I believe, that residents are currently and will continue to experience. So again, we're taking a proactive approach, and we see that this is coming, and this should be part of what we'll be responsible to do.
Okay. Mr. Allen.
And I will say part of my concern with education background is that school buses will be stopping either on North Hickory Valley Road or Highway 58, and traffic will be stopped continually on both ways, north and south on North Hickory Valley, because they cannot enter into any of those complexes. And on 58, they would stop the southern flow if they locate there. So I'd really like to see a more detailed study than CDEC has done previously. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Holland.
Yeah. Sheriff Hammond, thanks for speaking. I didn't want us to continue without appreciating your comments. And Mr. Price, to the applicant, I believe some of those timing issues can be resolved with the staging and additional turn lanes, additional signaling, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other questions or comments or motions?
to approve with the condition of maximum 13 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. Have a motion to approve with the condition. Have a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Challenge or voted no. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it will go county commission next month. Thank y'all.
For those in the room in opposition to this case, this will be heard in this room on August 10th at 9:30.
Hey, Brian, is that the
Agenda session.
That is the agenda session. Okay. Yeah, be watching for that. It will be heard at the county commission agenda under committee and then heard the following week commission meeting. Okay, we're going to go, I believe the last case that we were shuffling agenda would be case 2022, case 166, which is 7646 Paget Lane in Hamilton County to rezone from A1 Agricultural District to R1 Single Family Residential District. Has a staff recommendation to deny. I'm assuming the applicant is here.
Mr. Chairman, we did receive, I think late this morning, I was coming up to the meeting, the applicant, I think in this case wishes to defer as well. I know we have opposition here too, so I'm
Okay.
not sure.
And is there opposition here that would like to, okay, yep, they've waited. If Brian, if you would take us through the staff recommendation, and then sir, if we'll give you a chance to speak. I'm gonna go through staff. Well, I know, but I've got about 20 people that have showed up today and waited to, and I want to give them an opportunity. And unless somebody makes a motion before that we allow that, but go ahead, Brian, if you go through it.
This is a request. This is case 2022-166. This request is to rezone from A1 Agriculture District to R1 Single Family for proposed single family detached dwellings. It's roughly 44 acres in size. Proposal is for 157 lots, and that's a density of 3.5. If you look at the zoning map, you see this is really surrounded by all A1 property. To the west, you do have R5. If you go further west across Snow Hill Road, and you have some R1 here. But in this general vicinity abutting this property is all A1. Here's a closer view of the property. It's located at 7646 Paget Lane. It's about 1,250 feet to the east of Snow Hill Road. Abutting this property is vacant land and single-family detached dwellings. Here's a view of one of the access roads to the site. Another view of one of the roads to the site. One of the issues that staff noted during the review of this is access to this property. There's no public road access. It's sort of in the middle of a larger piece of property that has access by way of private roads or easements. This is submitted by the applicant or the applicant's engineer. Of the green is the property being developed, and this blue is their intended proposal of extending a public road to this property. This is in the Wolf Beaver Creek Area Plan, which was adopted in 2007. The plan recommends low intensity residential, which is typically 3 dwelling units per acre or less. You can go above 3 acres, 3 units per acre if you do a PUD. This is not a PUD. This is a straight R1 zoning. This is, again, the density proposed by the applicant is over the plan recommendation of 3. Staff recommended to deny this request. The proposed R1 district would introduce a different form with much higher density with reduced setbacks into the area, which does not meet the intent of the Wolf Beaver Creek Area Plan. The site does not currently have public access to sewer. However, WWTA has approved a capacity at this location for 300 homes over a 3-year period. So they can build 100 homes per year over the next 3 years. The request is incompatible with the Creek Area Plan and surrounding development form. So staff recommended to deny this request. As I stated on the, so they have a site plan. There is a site plan submitted with this. Snow Hill Road is just to the north of this image. And this is Heron Bay to the west. They're proposing 155 lots. using Heron Bay subdivision as the access point. Due to those number of existing homes in Heron Bay subdivision and this subdivision, it exceeds the 200 unit threshold. So a secondary access point within this development has to be determined. And I believe that's why the applicant wishes to defer, is to work out those secondary issues. But with that, staff still recommended to deny.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions for staff? And sir, you're the applicant, correct? Yeah, if you could come up and give your name and address, you can request a 30-day. I mean, that the commission has to take action, whether it's to approve, deny, or 30 days, but you need to request it. And I'm going to give an opportunity, at least for opposition, to be able to speak.
Park Drive, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yeah, we're proposing to develop this piece of property, and we wanted to go ahead and defer it for 30 days to work with some people in the community, and then other questions that the staff has raised on the actual, plan that we have proposed, where we can make some adjustments and some other different qualifications to meet the different standards, and to do more impact study on what's going to happen with the development.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions?
I will say one thing. I've been talking with some of the people here in the community surrounding there, and we are going to be setting up several ongoing meetings, as well as meeting with some of the councilmen for that area, and we want to work with the people in the community. That's what our intention is, and that's why we wanted to defer to work a lot of these things out. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
And if y'all want to agree to a 30-day, again, we have to take action, but I know there's a number of you here, so I want to make sure I give you an opportunity to speak. So if you want to come up in opposition, and again, he's requested 30-day, it's really our decision to do it, but we'd like to hear from you if you'd like, you spend enough time here. So go ahead, sir, your name and address.
I'm Don Johnson. I live on 77018 in Heron Bay on the Diamond Head Drive, which is the entrance to our community. And I am representing a large group that we met the other night, and we formed a small committee. So you won't have to hear all of the folks talk, but they may help answer some questions. But we're here in opposition of not the growth. We're here in the process and the approach that they intend to take. So I'm going to go through some of the things, and the engineering group has caught almost all of the things that we're concerned about also. So good job. We've kind of broken it down into a few categories. Growth should not negatively impact our neighborhood's infrastructure or our home values. And by that, I mean, do no harm to our streets. Don't use us as an access. Do no harm to our water systems, and don't impact our property values. As it's already been stated, we are a low density community, and we're going to get a high density community next to us, which is in direct conflict with the current standards. The other area that we're concerned about is the growth shouldn't impact our safety. If the new development uses our existing highway entrances, it's going to put another large number of vehicles. We only have 111 homes. They're going to add 157. The engineering folks have calculated that will be 140% increase in car traffic in our neighborhood. And we have no sidewalks. So a lot of our residents walk on on our streets, and that's going to put them at risk. The other area that I want to talk about is, it's already been mentioned that they're going to exceed the allowable 200. Unfortunately, the one road that they anticipated using is owned by a family who is not going to allow them to have an easement. So they really don't have a good, viable second access. So they're still going to have to, and I agree, they need the 30 days to work through that. The increase in traffic is not only going to impact our neighborhood, but it's going to impact Snow Hill Road as well as Greenwood. And there's a really dangerous intersection that all these cars are going to be dumping out into. And RPA engineers recommended a very detailed study on traffic, and we support that 100%. We also are concerned about our water system. We have been recently, in the last year or so, seen a number of mainline water failures in our water system. And we have not been able to get with the water company to find out, but the anticipation that we see is that the new development will utilize our existing piping. And it appears that there are some significant problems with our piping with the current recent failures. We haven't seen a plan yet, which I'm sure the developer will be making, but they haven't developed a good plan for roads as well as water system. They do have a commitment for sewer. The other concern we have from a safety standpoint goes a little bigger and a little broader than just our neighborhood. Every so often in 2012 and again in 2021, TVA has performed a nuclear disaster evacuation study due to the Sequoia plant, which fortunately or unfortunately, we are in that zone. And the study will indicate how long it takes to evacuate from various areas. The evacuation times are extremely high for our area because of the high density of existing homes, because everything from our area funnels to Highway 58, which seems to be the highest density for evacuations.
What's our time? I'm sorry, you've got about 3 people behind you. I just want to make sure that we're
okay. I'm about done. So the only point I wanted to make there is we're going to dump more people into that area onto those roads, and we need to be careful to make sure we don't let growth outpace our safety.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Josh Fox, 3903 North Heron Bay. I just want to compound on Don's comments real quick. I wish there would be a traffic study for this intersection, this proposed development going all the way out to Greenwood Road. The best way I can describe where our neighborhood road comes out and where Greenwood Road comes out is this corner of this room right here is the end of our road. That corner right there is the end of Greenwood Road. So you've got 2 cars coming out together facing each other, but 40 feet apart and kind of turning into one another at all times. We see that all the time. It's a very dangerous intersection. I would just ask that the traffic study take that into account. Also, the first 1,200 feet or so of our road is very windy. We have slopes coming into the neighborhood that exceed 6%. Very windy, very short line of sight. I do not believe that this subdivision, the way our road was built back in the 1980s, will be allowed to be developed today, just because of the line of sight issues and the curves and the slopes. So please take that into account as well.
Thank you.
Lastly, there's a big drainage ditch that comes from the other property across our development. It goes probably across 6 properties, maybe 7. That could really detrimentally impact our yards with flooding and stuff should the developer stormwater measures not add up. That's all.
Thank you, sir. What's our time look like? About a minute? Okay.
Hi, my name is Greg Haddon. I live at
And if you could, they've made some pretty good comments relative to a few things. So if you have anything extra or additional may be helpful just with our time running out.
Well, I'd like to 7800 BB Branch Lane, and like to commend the RPA Planning Committee for making the right decision and denying this at the moment. We do intend to possibly have further conversations with the developer. Yeah, I want to emphasize 2 points that I think are important. One is the access to the property, which you've recognized, and it doesn't require 2 access points, and that needs to be worked through. If they were to only utilize the 1 access point through our subdivision, it would amount to 1,500. Is that correct? Yes. 1,500 additional 1,500 on a daily basis through this one little segment of road, which does put it over capacity. I don't want to belabor the points, so I will.
Thank you, sir. And we're out of time, but I'll give you just an opportunity if you just want to. I mean, again, I think we've heard the majority, and they have asked for a 30-day delay. But just
my name is Brian Cannon.
Yes, sir.
7696 Pageant Lane. I'm the last house down there. Only thing I would like to point out, the driveway that you see on the screen I own that driveway. That's the only thing I want to point out. And I did tell everything else that they say.
Thank you.
And I am concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Payne.
I mean, is 30 days enough time to do this, or is 60 days better for the neighborhood and everything? Okay. So I would say it's better on his behalf as well, if I was guessing. There's a lot of ground. I'm sorry. Good. I moved to the first 60 days.
Second.
A motion to the first 60 days has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries for deferral. Okay, I'm gonna mess up your packet. Everybody go to the front now. Hey, you make sure you tell Mr. Collier that he cannot miss again. Okay, we're going to jump right in. We got a denial right off the bat. Going to jump into new business. Item number 1, case 2022-150, located at 6860 and 6874 Standard for Gap Road in the city of Chattanooga, to rezone R1 residential zone to RTZ residential townhome 0 lot line. It has a staff recommendation to deny. Is the applicant present? Is there any opposition here that would like to speak? Okay. Mr. Schultz.
Sure. This is case 2022-150. Request rezone from R1 residential zone to RTZ, or single family attached residential or townhomes. That's roughly 5 acres in size, proposing 40 lots. It's a density of 7.92. Just looking at the zoning map. This is pretty much all R1. I do have R3 to the northeast to this site, or northwest. But everything else in the general vicinity abutting this property is R1. To the east, we do have R3, but there is no RTZ near this property. It's all R1, single family detached. Just looking at adjacent land uses, this is currently a large vacant piece of property, has a single family detached dwelling on the property. To the north is single family detached, and then R3 that was to the northwest, that's an assisted living facility. It's associated with a church to the west of that site. To the west of this site, we're talking about rezoning this single family detached. To the south is single family detached, and to the east, this site is all single family detached. This is approximately 1,700 feet to the west of Lee Highway, just to give you a reference. This is a view of the site. Another view of the site. This is a view adjacent to the site, some of the single family detached dwellings. This is a view looking towards Lee Highway. The site's on the right-hand side of that fence. This property is located in the Shalford Road Lee Highway plan, which was adopted in 2005. That plan recommended single unit residential. The plan also notes that high density residential should not be expanded or encouraged along Standard for Gap Road. So the plan recommends single unit dwellings at this location. A portion of this property to the northeast is located in one of your flood hazard area, not the floodway, but the flood hazard area. Current situation, there's currently 7 existing lots of record that are on this property that could be developed as single family dwellings. That's what's indicated by the 7 dashed lines as currently platted. Proposal from staff recommendation is to deny this request. It is not compatible with Shalford Road Lee Highway plan, which recommends single unit residential. Would not be compatible with the surrounding land uses, which are single family detached. Approval of attached housing at this location would introduce a new housing form and smaller lots into the area. Again, the adopted plan does not provide support or indicate the transitioning of this area away from single family detached into more of a single family attached neighborhood. So staff recommends to deny this request.
Okay. Any questions for staff? The applicant will come forward. If you would give your name and address.
Good afternoon, Alan Jones with Ace Engineering at 714 Cherry Street. So we are working with Riverstone Construction on this site. We did have a neighborhood meeting last week. Ma'am, she'll be talking later. At the Town Community Center. We had about 8 folks show up for the meeting. I thought it was actually really productive. When we first looked at this site from a development standpoint, you know, as Brian mentioned, there's 7 lots of record on this site. You know, plopping 7 large homes on Standiford Gap Road with individual driveways is not responsible development in this area. To me, that kind of compounds the traffic issues. So we looked at doing a townhome development for multiple reasons. Right now, townhomes are very popular. Folks that are wanting to come and buy a house in Chattanooga that is more in line with something that I could probably afford, you know, this fits that bill. You know, carving this thing into 20 to 24 single family lots and putting larger homes, it really, you know, raises the price point of those single family homes. And it's almost really kind of outpriced in the neighborhood, to be honest with you. But, you know, obviously folks from out of town would probably buy it unseen. But, you know, and when we had our neighborhood meeting, you know, obviously your biggest concern is traffic. I think that we run into that with every development we discuss. You know, with traffic of, say, 20 to 24 larger single family homes versus 40 townhomes, which means a little bit smaller size. Yes, there's a differential in that traffic volume, but I do think you know, it's still manageable for this area. When we talked to some of the neighbors, they were actually kind of excited that it was going to be townhomes after hearing us talk, because they're like, oh, that may actually bring some younger families into this community. It is largely a kind of an older population in this community. And, you know, bringing in larger homes is kind of a deterrent for younger families wanting to move to this area. We discussed during our community meeting about putting some conditions in place to make this from an appearance standpoint, an aesthetic standpoint, making it look better. Now, I've got 5 conditions that I did send to RPA this morning, and we're going to continue to have a discussion with the neighbors as we proceed into city council level. But these are 5 conditions that were actually presented to us from Nan, who's going to be talking here in a few minutes. And so those 5 conditions would be to provide a stone or a brick entry signage, provide streetlights within the development, provide a landscape buffer along Standiford Gap Road to screen the stormwater facilities from the right-of-way. And that's because we're looking at putting the stormwater in the low end of the site, which is along Standiford Gap Road. And then I don't know if these are legal or not, but it's 2 we'd like to consider if possible, is have a deed restriction to allow a maximum of 20% rental properties, and have a deed restriction to restrict any short-term vacation rentals or commercial businesses. And the intent of these is you know, these are going to be sold as fee simple townhomes. And you know, with a kind of some nervousness with some of the developments going on in the area, that, you know, developers will come in or one investment group will buy the whole townhome development and it's all rental property. But, you know, this is a way to help ensure that, you know, the intent of this is to be sold as a neighborhood. There'll be an HOA established with it, and, you know, just and be run as a nice neighborhood. So I'll leave it at that, and hear what Dan has to say.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Okay, ma'am, if you want to come forward and give your name and address.
Hi, my name is Nan Zamata, and I live at 7309 Midfield Drive, and I'm the neighborhood president in Midfield Acres, which is a subdivision dumping onto Standiford Gap. And we were happy to meet with Alan and Mr. Farmer as well. And initial concern, you heard it before, is traffic. So the East Brainerd plan is great, except that traffic does not stop at I-75. It continues on to the Tyner area, which is Shallowford Road up to Bonnie Oaks. It just continues on. Standiford Gap is a major artery. It's a way to divert from Shallowford Road. So the traffic is, you know, we've got a lot of traffic on Standiford Gap. And once that bridge is fixed down across Friars Branch, it's going to be a cut through even more. I mean, people are coming through there to get to work at Volkswagen and to get downtown. So 40 units, okay, that means at least 80 cars. That was the big concern. So having 20 houses there is going to be a lot less traffic than 40 units. My thing is the density. I was not happy about this density, and I did talk about it with Jason, and he did say, well, you know, if I leave it R1, I can do whatever I want. I don't really need a neighborhood discussion because I don't have to rezone anything. So given that, given that choice, we did have conditions. If this was going to go in, I don't think we all realized it had been denied. But most of those conditions were requested in order to maintain a certain level in a townhouse development. I can show you a couple townhouse developments in that area near our neighborhoods that are less than nicely cared for, HOA or no HOA. You know, they don't look great. So it is kind of dense for our area. And I think, you know, people had concerns about that. We do have 2 apartment complexes, Lee Highway and one on one side of Lee Highway and Sanford Gap and then across the street. So there are children. There's a bus stop at my corner. I did ask about bus stops for this particular development. And I think Jason told me the bus pulls in the neighborhood, which evidently is not true, but if it's townhouse development. So, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of in a conundrum here because development is coming. I know it is. We all know it is. Wherever there's a piece of property, someone's going to build something. My concern is I think the Planning Commission's concern, and again, the neighbor of the character of the area is our utmost concern. So that's it, right? That ding. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I've got a question for the for the opposition, ma'am, just so I'm clear. So, you didn't realize it was going to be a denial. And I think Mr. Jones had mentioned some conditions. Were those conditions that y'all had worked through? And I do know he had mentioned the 2 on the end, which I'm not sure this planning commission should necessarily recommend. I think that's more of a
city council.
It's more of an attorney interpretation, whether that's enforceable. But I guess I'm just asking, you're still in opposition.
I am the opposite now.
Okay.
Let me say this: there are some townhome developments farther down Shallowford from us, Friars Branch, that kind of area. Those are nicer. There's less density. I would prefer to probably see housing, but if we're going to end up with something like this, I think very often people from neighborhoods kind of throw up their hands and say, well, it doesn't matter what we want. It just doesn't matter. They're going to prove whatever they want. They're going to do it. So, they're just kind of powerless. But
so this was an opportunity just to work, I think, with the choices
with the choices we were given. Okay, it's
okay.
It's either going to be you have no choice, or if I do this, you have a choice, which is pretty much no choice.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
That was it. Thank you.
I do want to point out one thing. It's not denied, right?
No. The recommendation was for deny. I apologize. Yes, the recommendation was to deny. Yes, sir. Mr. Jones, come on.
So I'll kind of put out from the traffic standpoint, the kind of the dialogue we had with the community meeting, and sometimes it shot me in the foot, but it actually worked out. It worked out well. So we had 8 folks in the room, and we kind of went through, and I just kind of asked. I said, who leaves their house from 6:30 to 7, 7:30 to 7:30 to 8, 8:30 to 9? You kind of had everybody raise their hands, and when everybody raised their hands, I was like, okay, let's put a multiplier of 5 because we got 40 townhomes, and then I was like, we're looking at 5 cars an hour to 15 cars an hour. As far as I'm not Steve Meyer and doing all the official traffic studies, but that's a general sense of what you're going to see with the development of this scale. When you look at the staff recommendation and looking at the Shallowford plan, I think it's 17 years old. It is a little old. Does it still apply? That's it's a question for you guys to consider. But I think with the proposal we've got, I think it's a good design. It's limiting us to the 1 curb cut on the Shallowford Road, and it's providing a really good, I think, a good housing option for this part of Sanford Gap Road.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Payne.
Yeah, could you pull up the diagram of the bird's eye view
I want to see something. That one right there, to the right there. That's an apartment complex right there, right? To the bottom right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah. So I would just say, I do understand that and your frustration when we've heard, we hear it, and I personally understand the traffic is a problem, but it's not exclusive to and you've sat here long enough that you've heard that's a common thread that we hear over and over again. But another common thread that we also know to be true is that we don't have enough housing. I mean, we are dying for housing and affordable housing. And part of the reason that the townhouses are being proposed and used, it is a way to get costs. Even I don't know, have any idea what y'all are going to be asking for these, but I know this: if you put 20 in there or 24 or whatever it was versus 40, they're going to be more. And we are struggling to stay at even the modicum of workforce housing. At least from my understanding. So anyway, for that reason, I'm going to be supporting.
Any other questions? Mr. Matthews?
Yes. Yeah, I follow Mr. Payne's thought there. Now, I did want to ask, across the street diagonally there's a large building. It's R3. What is that, Brian?
This one here to the left, top
Yeah,
left.
right there.
That's assisted living facility that's
That's
associated
assisted living.
with this church to the west of that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or a motion either to approve, deny, defer? Okay. I have a motion to approve with the 5 conditions. And it has been seconded. Mr. Schultz, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say something about those two that applicant mentioned. I don't know that we can enforce those. Number one, the short-term vacation rental has a boundary. It's pretty much downtown.
Well, it wouldn't be the RPA or enforcing. It would be the city of Chattanooga.
But they enforce. I don't know they're even legal. One about restricting the number of units to house it, the 20% rental, I think is what it was, something like that. I'm not sure we can legally do that.
Well,
I think the question was, could it be done with a deed restriction versus an ordinance? And I think, again, we'll leave it up to the city attorneys.
Well, I mean, unless Mr. Payne wants to change his motion, I think that the city attorney can make comment on that. It's a recommendation from us, but Mr. Payne, I'll leave that to you in a second, but okay. I have a motion with the conditions, understanding Mr. Schultz's point. It was properly seconded. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? And that's for approval. Thank you.
Just to clarify, that was those 5 conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alan, could you send, I don't think I received those this morning. Could you send me those?
I'll email to you.
Okay. We'll move on to item number 2 on the agenda, 2022-151, located 6516 Levi Road in Helms County, a special permit for short-term vacation rental. Staff recommendation to approve. I'm assuming the applicant's here. Is there any opposition? I have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is a mandatory item number 3, mandatory referral 2022-152. It's located at 7757 and 7759 Igo Gap Road. Again, it's mandatory referral for right-of-way closure. Has a recommendation to approve. The applicant here. Is there any opposition? Has a staff recommendation to approve. Did I hear that? Motion. There's a second. Okay. A motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4 is 2022-154. It's located at 9915 Cravens Terrace. It's a special permit for short-term vacation rental. Has a staff recommendation to approve. Is the applicant here? Is there any opposition? I have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 5 is a mandatory referral 2022-155, located at 1824 Jenkins Road, Pine Street, Nelson Road. Mandatory referral for a right-of-way closure, has a staff recommendation to deny. Is the applicant here? Okay. Any opposition to this? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we did receive opposition email to this one. This is a mandatory referral request to abandon the public rights of way out of Jenkins Road. You see it's currently zoned R1. The area requesting to be for the mandatory referral are highlighted in red on the screen. Here's a site plan that was submitted with the application. Those streets to be abandoned are sort of highlighted in the sort of bluish color here. Again, here's another map of what that looks like. And I have on this map labeled the property owners. JRS Development and Smith is the applicant. The adjacent property owners highlighted in blue are not part of this request. They're adjacent property owners, which is the Seals and the Wall and Thompson. So the ones in the red, again, is the applicant who requested this right-of-way closure. In 2020, there was a request to abandon a portion of right-of-way just to the south of this one. I highlighted the blue arrow pointing to that. That location was right through here. Staff recommended to deny this connection because it would landlock 3 lots and it would provide future connectivity to Nelson Road. It was ultimately approved by Planning Commission and City Council with several conditions. Again, here's an aerial view of what these streets are located, or actually rights of way are located at. Again, you see there's no pavement in these rights of way; they're unimproved. Here's an aerial view of the Nelson Street that connects to Jenkins. It's right through here. It's like gravel, like a driveway to one of these homes. Another view. This is Jenkins Road, and this, where you see the gravel, that's where Nelson Road comes into Jenkins. Plan implementation, provided a comment to staff. Abandonment request does not satisfy the city's adopted abandonment policy as presented. Using an adjacent subdivision as a precedent, the city contends a future public use for connectivity, utilizing a portion of unopened Cedar Street. So plan implementation does not support the closure. Staff, RPA staff, again, staff says it does not meet the City of Chattanooga right-of-way closure policy. Staff does not support this request. And would recommend denial of this request as presented. The applicant did submit what their intentions are with the closures. Their intentions are to close these streets, which are highlighted in red circles, and eventually come back in and build a new street with a new subdivision, like a cul-de-sac.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. You got, if name and address, you've got 7 minutes.
Joseph Ingram, Ingram Gore and Associates. Here's the short part of the story. This right-of-way doesn't exist. There is no plat. There is no deed. This right-of-way was put on the GIS map because there were deeds for all these parcels that called out crossing 30 feet of XYZ road and then gave the meets and bounds for the parcel. We've gone through, searched everywhere we could. This right-of-way's never been, it's never been platted. It's never been deeded. It's never been improved. It's never been accepted. This is not right away. We chose this method because we knew Mr. Walls had abandoned his. But what really needs to happen is the city needs to give us a quick claim. There is no right of way here. I mean, that's the simplest part of this. We were just trying an expedient way to consolidate the parcels, but there's no legal record of this right of way ever existing.
I don't know how we can abandon something that you're saying doesn't exist.
Yes.
But
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, RPA was not aware of that. These don't exist. If they don't exist, we have no authority to even recommend closure of these.
I agree. Any questions for? Were you done? I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
I
think you stopped.
We had a pre-submittal meeting on this with Emily, 4 or 5 months ago. And Emily, when she worked on Mr. Wall's property, ran across the same problem, that they couldn't find record of the right of way. I mean, they're just, it shows up on GS because the deeds, when you plot the deeds, you end up crossing these 30-foot strips that were left out there.
but the deeds were never, there was never a deed for the right of way. There never was a plat for the subdivision.
Okay. Dr. Holland.
My guess is, and I may be wrong, you gentlemen know a lot more than I, but we own property on Missionary Ridge, and we got from my in-laws, and there were alleyways that were dedicated in the turn of the century, and they were considered right-of-way alleys. And so they're not always listed on all the city maps. My guess is they're old alleyways.
I can assure you they're not.
Okay.
I said, if you look through it, they just, you can.
Well,
see
I'm not sure that we can debate whether they're there or not today, because I'm not really going to, because it's either private property law or not. And I understand your point relative to whether it's city of Chattanooga or not, but I don't think we can answer any of those questions other than looking at what the process is to make a recommendation either to apply or deny.
Sure, we would need something from the city saying these are not public rights of way, or they are. If Abbott can work with CDOT or plan of implementation to see what those are. If they're not public rights of way ever dedicated to the city or shown up on a plat, they're just private property somebody owns, a private property matter.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Farmer.
Sorry, I had to step out, but I just caught the end of this. I mean, a survey and research the deed. I mean, that's how they answered the question.
And so we, Ingram Gore are indeed surveyors, and we've gone through and looked, and then I just happened to have a conversation with a neighbor who's his surveyor did the exact same thing. He said, there's no record. And the GIS says, when they show it, they say it's an unplatted, unrecorded, it's an unrecorded plat. And I said, well, an unrecorded plat means it doesn't exist. I mean, I could have an unrecorded plat for this building. I mean, it doesn't exist.
Well, I don't know if there's any more. I'd say the same thing about GIS. We used to say about old tax maps that, there are some inconsistencies related to that. It goes back really to private property. Again, I don't want to debate that in here. We do have a recommendation from the staff. So I'll yield to a motion. I'm assuming we can, again, defer, deny, or approve.
Would it be appropriate?
Rights of way truly are. And if they are public rights of way, then come back through and go through that process. But if they're not, like you mentioned, it's a private property issue.
Would you like to withdraw?
So here's where I'm stuck.
That
Mr. Walls went through the whole process, and you all abandoned his right of way. It kind of made his pathway forward easier. If that's why we came this way, because we knew we'd be caught going. We could be months.
I think maybe the difference, and I don't know what the staff recommendation for that prior one was, or what the research was, but I believe the staff recommendation is to deny right now. So again, not having any information about the private, again, it's a discussion that I'm not sure that we're ready to have up here.
Yeah, and last time, Mr. Chairman, the one he's referring, staff had a recommendation to deny on that one. Planning Commission, if they so choose, could send it on denial. Meantime, let planning implementation work with the applicant to see what
I did not hear a request for withdrawals, so we're still, Mr. Farmer.
So to Brian and Dan, if they go and come back with, is that something you would look at if he came back to you with a survey and an opinion of the deed that this is what it is? Is that something you would look at in your review?
Yeah, if there's no public right of way, there's never been anything dedicated. There's never been any deed that said these are city rights of way. The city, in terms of RPA, has no interest in this. He can just do this by plat. Now, if there is a right of way there that was accepted by the city, he would have to come through this process. And that's something we don't do. We're not experts in this. As RPA.
It's certainly never been accepted by the city. The city is not. The city doesn't accept right of ways. The county does.
But I'm trying to help you.
I think
I am, but yet you put an application forward to abandon something that you're saying is not really there.
It was the most expedient process because it worked.
Is that fair to say? You put in an application to abandon something that's you think is not really there, right? Is that fair?
You are true.
So in which case I would withdraw the application.
Yes.
You could do that, or you could take 30 or 60 days or whatever and come back with, I believe, whatever information you say it is. If you've had a surveyor do it, it's up to you.
Can you defer, Mantor?
We cannot, applicant have to ask for deferral. I think the simplest thing would be withdraw it. My
He
understanding,
he has to request withdrawal.
yes. My understanding, talking to my staff, is that plan implementation advised him to apply for the special permit. Again, when plan implementation or CDOT, they don't do the in-depth review of who owns this. They just give an initial opinion. It's like a public right of way. You got to abandon it. Somebody needs to do an in-depth review of, are these truly public rights of way?
And so, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Matthews.
I have a suggestion. I would suggest that you have your surveyor to prepare a plat abandoning these easements or whatever they are, and submit a plat, get that plat recorded if it goes through. I don't see why it wouldn't. And then this will be a moot point here, is my understanding.
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Is that right?
Second.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Highland, right? Dr. Highland, you had something to add, or I couldn't tell.
no, I think he's done. Go ahead.
And I was just going to ask, I don't mean to be redundant, but can you not get a city verification of the paperwork on that? If you brought us a city verification that it does not exist.
So we've had discussions, and we had discussions with CDOT. And, CDOT said, well, there's reference. Yes, there certainly are references to it, but there's no recording. So it got convoluted, but I will acquiesce to Mr. Payne, and we'll withdraw. No, thank you. I think.
I'm fine. If you want to withdraw it and come back.
We prefer to withdraw.
Okay. I've got a second.
I have a motion to withdraw in a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Withdrawn. Thank you. Okay, jumping down, since we skipped around, unfortunately, I apologize. Case number, agenda item 9, case 2022-159, 823 Dallas Road. It's a rezone from C2 and M2 to ECX3 Urban Edge Commercial Mixed Use. Has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition here? I'm assuming the applicant's here. They wait around. Have a
Second.
Have a motion to approve. Staff recommendation has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 10 on the agenda, case number 2022-160. It's located at 1025. I'm gonna mess that up. What's that? How do you say that road? Sanganuga. Okay. Road. It's a special permit for short-term vacation rental. I'm assuming the applicant's here because he knows how to pronounce it. Any opposition? Staff recommendation to approve. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Staff recommendation to approve has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Case number 11, or agenda item number 11, case 2022-162 is located at 6422 Hickson Pike. It's to rezone from R1 residential zone to RT1 residential townhouse zone with conditions. There is a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is the applicant here? Are you good with the conditions? Sure, come on. Is there any opposition? Okay, come on. Your name and address, thank you.
Ian Blackmore, Pratt and Associates. I just had one question or clarification on one of the conditions that we had proposed. There was a proposal for a landscape buffer and some verbiage about the existing trees to remain for equivalent screening.
Staff recommended removing that because it would be covered under the landscape ordinance. But I just want clarification on, I see this often included to capture that language. We'd much prefer to leave the existing vegetation than remove it and plant the smaller screen trees.
Yeah, the reason staff left it out because it is required in the landscape ordinance. That's why there's no need to put that condition. But then the wording there too about the existing vegetation shall, existing vegetation can qualify. That's a little bit different than the landscape ordinance. That's why we took it out.
Just going through plan review, that can become somewhat of a problem comment, or, you know, trying to work through that with some of the landscape review team if they can't go back to reference that condition. They'll want to see us showing the buffer with the new trees proposed. So just some clarification on if we can include that verbiage or how to make that a more simpler process through their plan review.
So your questions concerning the staff recommendation, condition number 1, correct?
Yes. No, was it 1 or the applicant? Clarify real quick. The applicant proposed 2 conditions as part of this request on the screen now. He can correct me if I'm wrong. Number 1, the one condition they proposed is a 10-foot wide landscape buffer required along the perimeter adjacent to R1 and A1 zones as shown with Class 1 evergreen trees planted 10 foot on center. Required buffering shall be limited to disturbed areas only. Existing vegetation retained within the required buffer can qualify for equivalent screening. The landscape code requires screening abutting RTZ versus R1 and A1. The little difference here in this wording, it says shall be limited to disturbed areas only. I don't think that's in the landscape code. Then existing vegetation retained within the required buffer can qualify for equivalent screening. That's something we can't determine through a condition. That makes it less restrictive than the zoning code, the landscape code. That's why we as staff removed that condition.
Is that not in the condition that you have in the
No.
staff recommendation?
Condition number 2 is the easternmost portion of the property is shown, which is on the site plan, this green area. Submitted with application shall be reserved for green space area that is left undisturbed with no clearing or grading except for pedestrian trails and removal of dead or diseased trees or invasive overgrowth. Existing vegetation retained with this required buffer can qualify for equivalent screening. That's different than requiring a buffer around the perimeter of the property.
I got you. Thank you.
I think what the applicant
So
is saying.
any questions for the, I think there's probably some questions. Yeah, Mr. Payne, please.
Buffer that would normally be expected is still expected.
Correct.
Around where we border the property that it applies to.
Yes.
What you're talking about, the existing vegetation, is that large area of green kind of behind the property.
No, this is around the perimeter.
So anything around the perimeter, they can leave existing. I thought you just said he couldn't do that.
That's what he's asking for.
I thought that's what you're saying.
No.
If you can pull up the site plan real quick.
Yeah.
There's some areas where we buffer R1 and A1 that would just like clarification that if we could leave that existing vegetation there in lieu of taking it out and putting back a 10-foot evergreen on center.
See, that's the difference.
But I'm reading, it's staff recommendation, existing vegetation retained within the required buffer
For this
can qualify.
for this green area. We're talking about 2 different things.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's
We're talking
what
about 2 different things. He's talking about a perimeter.
Yeah, the
buffer.
perimeter is required. You're saying that you're requiring what's normally required, and that big green space in the back is where you were talking about that existing.
Yes, that's the condition that they asked for.
Essentially asking for a condition that would allow in any required landscape buffers for existing vegetation to be equivalent.
That's something we can't condition something less than the landscape code requires.
So you're recommending not to have that condition and he just follows the landscape ordinance, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think he's saying he has problems with that at permitting, something we can't do through zoning conditions.
And the only reason I would bring this up is I have multiple other site plans that have been approved in the past with the same language. To include noting where the 10-foot buffers would be with the equivalent screening. So we're just following suit with some of our plans and other plans that have been come through here.
So we have a staff recommendation and we have a comment from the applicant. So I would, I guess, entertain additional questions or maybe a motion with conditions or. Any of the above?
I'll quickly read just thumbing through. Type C, a 10-foot landscape buffer shall be planted along the shared property line where it abuts R1, A1, those type zones. As spacing of trees, all plantings shall be spaced to meet the installation planting size requirements as specified. You also have to do trees 10 foot on center, but I don't see anywhere in here where it says you can only do that in disturbed areas. My understanding would be the entire perimeter of the property.
So we stand by our staff recommendation relative to making conditions that are contrary to the landscape ordinance, correct?
We could do, planning commission, city council can do conditions that are more restrictive, not less. That's almost like a variance, if you will.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate to make the motion to follow the staff recommendation?
We'll take that motion. Okay. I have a motion to approve with conditions per the staff recommendation has been seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item number 13, case 2022-164.
Mr. Chairman, that's been withdrawn.
That one has been withdrawn.
They submitted a request in
Great.
advance prior to requirements.
No explanation necessary. Item number 14 is case number 2022-165. It's located at 2730 Cannon Avenue and 4 unaddressed parcels in 2700 block of Cannon Avenue. It's a rezone from R1 residential zone to RTZ residential townhouse 0 lot line. Has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is the applicant here? Are you good with the conditions? Is there any opposition?
Second.
Have a motion to approve with conditions has been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 16, 2022-168. It's located at 8319 Roy Lane. It's to rezone from A1 agricultural district to R1 single family residential district. The staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is the applicant here? Are you okay with the conditions? Okay. Is there opposition present to this case? Okay.
We did receive some email in opposition.
Okay. I think there were a few. Do you want to come up and talk about the conditions that we have an issue with? And then maybe that's the most appropriate way to step through this.
Mr. Chair, while he's walking up,
if
staff
you
recommend to approve the rezoning subject to one condition, max density of 3 dwelling units per acre, and that comes from the land use plan that's in
Okay.
the area.
Gotcha.
And based on adjacent developments.
Does everybody see that staff recommendation based on the plan? And just so we know, R1 density is 5, correct?
It's a little more than that because it's about 7.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, your name and address.
Billy McCoy, 112 Jordan Drive.
Thanks, sir.
We're looking at 60. I've got 62 lots on here, but I had my survey done and I got the 690 line getting in on a couple of lots. So it'll be 60. So the actual density would be 3.87. I was actually, and I had a town meeting with Mr. Hubner to do townhomes on this. And they recommended strongly a denial on this. So I withdrew that and come back on single family. And, you know, we've done a resolution to adopt 7 units. And every time we come in here, everybody wants to restrict us to something. And it's a special use plan. I mean, this thing's what, 20 years old? I mean, it needs to be updated anyway. But 3.87 is not out of line at all to be on a piece of property out here.
Thank you, sir. So you would ask for 4. I mean, if we were going to do a condition, and I don't know, I guess we do conditions sometimes with R1 based on a plan, and that would be, I guess, what staff is saying, correct?
Yeah, well, this has the rezoning, then the PUD plan that typically shows the density. That's why it's maxed out. We were putting the condition on the zoning in case he never developed the PUD. That way, if somebody just developed an R1, you'd have a condition on it.
Okay.
Move to approve it, maximum 4 units per acre.
Thank you. Have a motion to approve with a change in the maximum density from 3 to 4 has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And you're saying, so the next case, 2022-167, is the PUD the PUD related to this project has a staff recommendation to approve. Do I have a motion? A motion to approve the PUD at 8319 Roy Lane has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Agenda item 18 is case 2022-169. It's located at 1277, 1283, and 1291 Northmore Road. It's to rezone from R1 residential zone to RT1 residential townhouse zone. Has a staff recommendation to deny. Is the applicant present? Okay. Is there any opposition? Okay. So let me let staff go through, and then we'll give you an opportunity, and then ma'am, you'll have an opportunity. So Mr.
Sure.
Schultz.
This is 2022-169. This is a request to rezone from R1 residential zone to RT1 for proposed townhomes. This is off Northmore Road in Brainerd community. It's roughly 18 acres in size. They're proposing 144 townhome units. That's a density of 7.86. Just looking at the zoning map, everything around this property is zoned R1. Across the street, across Northmore, you have RTZ and RT1. One of those RT1s is a PUD. You may remember about 3 months ago, to the east of this site, across from Brainerd High School, we just rezoned this property. Even though it's showing R1, this is R3 for senior living housing. That's basically what this map here is showing, those recent zoning cases. Here's the property at 1277, 1283, and 1291 Northmore Road. It's currently a vacant piece of property. To the west is single family detached. To the southwest is the school. To the north is single family detached. You do have a church. You have some vacant land that's currently being underdeveloped now with single family detached and townhomes. The east of this side is single family, as well as the church and potentially that senior living facility that's right here. Then you have the Brainerd High School. Here's a view of the site from Northmore. Another view of the site. Now this is a view of Northmore. Site's just on the left-hand side. This is a view behind the property. You can see some of the single-family detached dwellings. This property is in the North Brainerd Land Use Plan, which was adopted in 2004, and it recommends low-density residential. The request for RT1 at this location would increase the density and allow townhome development form that's not envisioned by the plan, as the plan encourages the preservation of existing single-family neighborhoods, and by recommending that the majority of the study area remains single-family residential. So the intention, based on the plan for 2004, is to remain predominantly single-family residential. Proposed request for 144 townhomes at a density of 7.8 dwelling units per acre is not compatible with the North Brainerd area plan or the adjoining single-family attached dwellings. Again, the intention of this area is to remain single family. The proposed number of units, the massing of units, and the surface parking lots do not support this type of development in this community and is not compatible. So staff recommended to deny. Here's a site plan submitted with the request. You can see it's one entrance off Northmore with townhome developments or townhome development in between two single-family detached subdivisions. So staff recommended to deny this request. And we did receive some opposition to this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? Okay, sir, if you give your name and address, you'll have 7 minutes.
Yes, my name is David Woodard, and I'm here on behalf of my client, Reggie Vachon, who is traveling today and could not attend personally. Thank you for the time to address the commission and address the recommendation by staff for denial. Before we started this plan, we met with Councilman Isaiah Hester, and we received his support for the townhome community. Councilman Hester then introduced us to Ezra Harris and others at Tucker Baptist, and we have their support. We have also participated in community meetings, including Zoom meetings, and received a written letter of approval from the Woodmore Neighborhood Association, which was sent in support to staff. Not sure staff received it, but it did go to rezoning@chattanooga.gov. I have that letter from Woodmore, and I'd like to take just a minute to read that if that's possible. It was written on July 5th. It was sent from Ezra Harris. It says, "Dear Mr. Vachon, we the below citizens of Chattanooga, Tennessee and Hamilton County wholeheartedly support and fully support the 148 new townhome proposed project in the Woodmore community located on Northmore Road. We hope that you approve this proposed project for case 2022-0169. Your consideration is greatly appreciated in this matter." My client, Reggie, would love to do some single-family homes, but the cost to develop along with the land acquisition cost that's involved in this particular piece of property prohibits building single-family homes, especially affordable homes. That's just the fact that we are experiencing today's challenging economy. Townhomes in this location would provide new affordable housing to the community, which was based on the factors outside of our control. We have to work around some obstacles, but we feel this has been achieved. I want to reiterate that the Woodmore Community Association has provided their letter of support.
Great. Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Sir, if you'll step back a minute. Ma'am, if you'll come forward with your name and address, and you'll have an opportunity. And sir, you'll have a little bit of opportunity, about 2 minutes to respond. She may have some concerns. Yes, ma'am, your name.
Hello, my name is Keisha Sales, and I live at 1210 Collins Circle. It's actually the property directly behind this proposed development. And I kind of take issue with, and thank you for letting me speak today. I kind of take issue with a couple of things that he said. I have tried to reach out on several occasions, and I did attend the Zoom meeting, the one Zoom meeting that the Neighborhood Association had. I can't pronounce this, I'm not going to pronounce, I don't want to butcher his name, but just like today, he was unable to attend the meeting. Well, excuse me, he attended the meeting, he had technical difficulties, and we had 3 other special guest speakers on that call. And so he really didn't get into the details of the plan. His real estate representative spoke first, and then he got on the line, and his call was just, it was horrible. We couldn't really get any answers and questions. As far as Ezra, the Neighborhood Association president, giving this information, it's funny that he got that letter when I've reached out to Ezra on several occasions, and he gave me 5 different email addresses for the applicant. And all of them came back. And I even reached out and called him. And I called him on several occasions way before the 5th. When I looked at the staff recommendations on the 5th, I saw it was denied, but I still wanted to make sure I came here to see exactly what was going to happen, because I know if you didn't show up, you're silent. So I'm happy that I came, because now I can go back to my neighbors in my neighborhood to say that we were not properly represented. We live directly behind this development. I'm actually going to say, and I can confidently say, that I represent the people on Drummond Drive, Collins Circle, and Sanford Avenue, which are the 3 adjacent streets and the adjoining streets, and my abutting street directly behind it. And we are opposed to this because we haven't been able to talk to the developer. We would like to speak to him, and I'm not against affordable. I'm not against housing. We would love new neighbors. I would love to see my neighborhood flourish, but we would like to talk to the developer and get some common ground, because we don't have anything. And that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, if you want to respond.
I have no idea why she had difficulty. My client is very accessible. So I can't address that because I don't know what email addresses she was using. What we would like to know is if we have support from majority of the community, does it make sense for us to defer this, work with the planning commission and the staff and just see if there's a way to make this project work?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be some deliberation from this and understand, and I'd like the ma'am heard behind you to know too, the staff makes a recommendation to us. We make a recommendation to the city council. So depending on what comes out of this body today, whether that's, now obviously if it's a deferral for 30 days, we'll see you again next month in this chambers. If it's a approval or denial, there'll be some opportunity. And I guess, ma'am, I want to make sure you understand, there'll be some opportunity between now and city council to have some follow-up conversations that you mentioned.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
we just feel that townhomes are the way to go right now. This particular area needs the housing very, very badly. And we feel that's the reason that we have so much support from some of the leaders in the community.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Allen.
Sir, could you give the young lady the appropriate communication with the developer and make sure she has the right contacts?
Yes, I can do that.
That I think that would be very helpful.
Yes,
Thank you.
We can do that.
Thank you, Doctor. Yeah, Councilwoman.
Given the testimony from both parties, I'd like to move that we approve this moving forward and let the city council, Councilman Hester, and the developers and the community work through all of this. I don't see that this body needs to see this anymore.
I have a motion to approve. It has been properly seconded.
Mr. Chair, that's not without any conditions, straight approved. One thing we had mentioned or noted, there's a school next door. You know, we always mentioned this before. It's hard to put conditions on, but maybe a pedestrian connection could be worked out with a school.
Well, I think some of that, I mean, to Councilwoman Hill's point, I think some of that could be probably worked out between city council without conditions, but Mr. Farmer.
Brian, can you pull up the site plan, please? Yeah, so there's no buffer requirement from an R1 to an RT1?
There would be from RT1 to R1. He would have to put
There
a buffer.
is a
There's a
buffer.
buffer.
Requirement.
10 foot, I believe, 10-foot buffer. So he'd have to put in a 10-foot buffer around the perimeter, just like the previous case we talked about.
Yeah, I'll leave it alone, but it sure would go a long way if you considered maybe a larger buffer than that, at least around the perimeter. But I'll let you deal with that at city council. But it certainly would, when you're putting this kind of density in a single family neighborhood, I think it makes some sense to have to make some consolidations on it. That's it. I won't.
Okay, any other discussion? We have a motion to approve, has been seconded. Any other discussion? Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to approve carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're going to give the lady behind you some thank you. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we have case. I'm assuming the next three cases are all connected, are they? Not really.
Well, they're in the
No,
same
they're in
general
the same area.
vicinity,
We'll have to
same
hit 'em.
area.
Well, let me hit the first one first.
And I believe the applicant wishes to defer one of them, I think, perhaps. I'm not
Okay, well,
sure.
let's step through them. Let's do them one by one. Agenda item 19 is case 2022-170. It's located at 1023 East 13th Street, rezoned from R3 residential zone to UGC with conditions. The staff is recommending to deny UGC and approve RTZ residential townhome 0 lot line. Is the applicant present? Are you good with that? You're not good with that recommendation for, okay, well, come on.
And Mr. Chairman, we did receive an opposition email in regard to this case. I think matter of action, maybe all three of them.
Okay. Do you want to step through just?
Sure.
I mean, I don't know if
Sure, I'll go
it's the
through this.
same. I don't know if it's the same
It's
staff.
the same for all three.
Okay.
If I get one of them, it'll be the same for all three.
Gotcha. And specifically, why you would deny UGC?
Sure.
And
Well, UGC, when UGC was, 2 years ago, quickest thing is we amended RTZ about 2 years ago to allow multifamily, smaller lots in the urban area. Based on that, the calculation of this request, we feel the applicant can get 7 townhomes through RTZ versus UGC. UGC does open up more commercial uses along in this property because it does abut the National Cemetery. We're trying to protect that National Cemetery to the rear, and by doing RTZ, there would be no conditions. By going to UGC, you'd probably have to put some conditions on it. So at the end of the day, staff recommended to deny UGC, go RTZ, and the fact that you can do pretty much the same thing under RTZ. I think that was the main high points of this one.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, sir, if you'll come forward, your name and address. And
my name is Josh Barr, and I'm the owner and developer of this property. And, you know, what I'm wanting to accomplish here with the 8 townhomes, the UGC zone allows that and the RTZ does not. UGC zoning is already sprinkled in throughout this neighborhood and corridor. So it's right in line with a lot of other UGC zoning nearby. And the property right next door to the left is actually a vacant, abandoned house that's soon going to also be built. Townhomes, not by me, but by the current owner. And then UGC is the best tool to allow for the best site plan for this corner property. And also along there where the M1 is on 13th Street, they also have a 0 lot line setback on that property. So the 0 lot line is also in line with this street and neighborhood. And even though the staff recommends RTZ, which theoretically could allow 7 units based off of the size of the lot, once you factor in the setbacks for a corner lot and the minimum lot size per each townhome unit in the RTZ zone, that makes it almost impossible to still fit 7 units, and at best only 4 to 5 will be able to be built on there and still having the proper off-street parking. And so that's one of the huge points for why UGC is a better fit for this. And then I put conditions on there to still make it in line with the RTZ feel, but ultimately allows for a better site plan for this corner lot. And then they mentioned possibly a concern with the 3-story height. And, you know, right in front of this property on Top Street for the cemetery, that's a maintenance entrance and access point. And then directly behind our property for the cemetery is a large maintenance area. And so that along with the railroad creates a significant buffer with the cemetery.
Good. Yeah, are you done?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much in closing, the UGC allows for a little higher density, much better site plan. And as a result, that leads to a little more affordable price point for selling or affordable price point for renting.
Thank you. Dr. Hollander.
This is for staff. I totally agree that we need to protect the National Cemetery. What are your concerns about the National Cemetery?
Well, one, yes, UGC, you can condition that to residential uses only, and the height was a concern as well. I failed to mention that, this is the urban residential place type under Area 3 plan. UGC zone is more of a secondary type place type. That's why we feel RTZ is more appropriate. It doesn't allow those commercial uses, doesn't have the height of 3 stories, and get almost the same number of units. He's saying now, based on the setbacks, could be 4 instead of 7. We don't look at corner setbacks when we look at these. We're just looking at the typical lot size stuff. So it's 4 versus 8, increasing the density. National Cemetery is right there. Yes, we do have UGCs nearby on Main Street, and they're scattered throughout some of the neighborhoods. Those are larger developments.
Are they abutting the National Cemetery?
Yes, they are. Just further down the street, probably about 1,000 foot to the east, you can see some UGCs. We conditioned those heights, I believe, to 2 stories. And at that time, RTZ was not amended to allow this type of development. But we did condition those to townhomes, a height, and RTZ was not amended, at that time to allow this type of use.
we have the second largest national cemetery after Arlington in the United States, and I certainly think we need to protect it.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Matthews.
I have a question for the applicant. Do you, how many stories do you intend to use? 3? You're going to go 2 or 3?
Yeah, the plan would be to 3, but max 35 feet, which I believe is the same max height as RTZ would allow.
Okay, thank you.
So really the question, can you confirm that? I mean, the question really is density. It sounds like because of setbacks, he can do 4.
Yeah,
with
based on
us,
what
4 to
it is.
5 and
we just did basic on the
I got
on lot size. We've measured 7. Now setbacks could come into play where it does reduce that number.
Okay.
So
So
again, we're looking at the zone, not necessarily the project.
Okay.
And he's right. It is 2.5 stories and 35 feet in RTZ.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate to make a motion to approve the RTZ but limit the total height to the 35 feet? No, I'm sorry, I had it backwards. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, can you, so you can, his conditions requested 3 stories, so you could do UGC, these same conditions with a 2.5 story, 35-foot maximum for the second condition.
Just like any other conditions you
That
look
would
at.
be-
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve UGC using these conditions and rewriting the second condition to 35 feet, 2.5 stories maximum.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Matthews.
Does that condition also include, exclude commercial?
Yes, the third condition is residential uses only.
Okay.
So I have that motion and second. Any other questions, discussions? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Stay at the podium. The next case, 2022-171, which is located, I'm assuming in the same area, 1100 East 13th Street. I'm assuming the same concerns from staff relative to UGC and RTZ. I asked, I don't think there's any opposition, but go ahead if you want to just comment on the same. I'm assuming, again, well, go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much the same concerns as the last one. This being a corner lot, again, adds a lot of challenges in the RTZ zone with the setbacks. And then the one other thing I'd add to this, with RTZ zone for this property has an alley in the rear. And if this was approved RTZ, we would have to have 3 different street cuts and 3 different driveways on Top Street versus UGC. It allows us to use the alley access and have parking in the rear of the property. And so it just makes it a lot better for pulling in and out with parking on this property.
So, and I don't know if you requested conditions, but would 5, there, you did. Would 5, 2.5 stories or 35 feet residential uses only be appropriate as conditions for that?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions, discussion, motions? Okay. So there's a motion to approve with conditions, maximum of 5 townhouse, to approve UGC maximum of 5 townhomes, 2.5 stories, 35-foot max, residential uses only. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, bring up 1027 East 14th Street.
This is just to the southwest, the same side we just talked about.
Did he propose conditions
It's the
there?
same. It's the same. This is more max of 4 townhomes, 3 stories, residential uses only.
This isn't a corner lot, but it looked like it may have an alley, so the same types of issues.
Yes, and I'd actually like to ask to defer this for 30 days due to me hopefully buying a corner lot next to it.
Okay. A motion to defer has been seconded. All those in favor of deferral? Any opposed? Motion carries. Yes, sir.
Mr.
That
Chairman,
was deferred 30 days.
but you want to add another lot to this.
Yeah, so I might end up withdrawing it and
Okay.
adding a new application.
Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schultz, for bringing that up. That one is deferred pending maybe a a change. Okay, we're gonna go to our government mandatory referrals. I see Ms. Hart in the room. Mandatory referral 2022-161, 5006 and 510 Rossville Boulevard, public property surplus. Staff recommendation to approve. Any? Okay. And are these the properties that we just transferred to y'all in the property sale? Okay, the property transfer. Okay. Have a motion to approve the mandatory referral has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We'll move to amendments and resolutions. We took care of one of these. We've got a bunch more. But go ahead, right? I mean,
Sure.
we took care of the East Brandon
on the plan.
But if y'all want to step through these, I think these are in relation to some
Yeah.
that you
Let's take them one at a
presented.
time, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Real quick. This one we've mentioned several times where chapter 38 needs to be amended. Chapter 38, section 32 of the zoning code had provisions for lot size, lot frontage, and existing structure setback process variance, if you will, to the Plan Commission. Plan Commission has no authority to grant variances to the zoning code. That's Board of Appeals. So staff is recommending to delete that section. The impact of that amendment will be all these variance requests for lot size and lot frontage will go to the Board of Appeals instead of the Plan Commission. And this is getting us in compliance with state law.
And that's based on opinion comment from the city attorney's
City
office.
attorney, as well as outside legal counsel who's trained in land use planning.
So, and it may be in some of these. So the planning commission cannot give variances,
Give variances to the subregs,
but
which
not the zoning.
not the zone, because that's adopted by city council
That's
and that's
BZA.
processed set up through BZA.
Okay.
Question. Mr.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I ran across one thing, the frontage in the flag lots, that is subdivision regs, because 25,
Yes,
can be reduced to 15.
Anything in the subregs, this body can act on.
Okay, just want to
Yes.
clarify that.
Anything's in the subregs, this body can act in terms of variance. So that's what this first amendment does, is just delete that section 38.
So that loads up quite a bit of BZA, correct?
Yes.
Potentially. Okay.
Have no choice.
Okay. Have a motion to approve has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next.
Sure. Next one is amending the UGC and C4. This is the same situation where we call them deviations. They're still variances, no matter what you call those deviations, or still a variance that came to this body. So what we're proposing for UGC, a lot of deviations we've seen in the past had to deal with height, requesting a 5-story height. So this proposal is to amend the UGC to change the minimum or maximum height from 4 stories to 5 stories. The UGC zone also had a maximum square footage or footprint, if you will, of 12,000 square foot. This proposal is requesting to remove that for any properties rezoned from the date the city council approves it and takes 2 readings. 15 days after the second reading, that's when that will take effect. So anything prior to August 30th that's zoned UGC would still be held to that 12,000 square foot footprint. Or if you received a deviation during that time, you're stuck. You can have that deviation. So that's the 2 amendments in that. It's also removing the deviation process from the UGC zone. And it's also removing a minimum setback for auto-oriented uses from the UGC. Same thing with C4. It had a height deviation. Again, Planning Commission cannot grant deviations to that. So we're recommending delete that section from the C4 zone.
So you're trying to change the zones enough to where most of the deviations are taken care of. You mentioned going from 4 to 5, the majority of them, and then basically laying out the same requirement that deviations can't be.
Correct.
So would deviations under that go to BZA?
Yeah, it won't be a deviation, just a straight variance.
And then you did mention everything done prior to that will stay with whatever city council had approved. Unless they go back through a rezoning.
You go back to rezoning.
That would put it in jeopardy, correct?
Yes, they can go back to rezoning.
Can we do it like the other, just say, for example, change maximum height from 4 stories to 5. If we saw if someone came in here and we didn't want it to have 5, could we could limit it ourselves to 4?
Could. Can't go the other direction. You can
Right.
go,
So
yeah,
this allows that we still can do what we're trying to do.
through conditions. Yes.
Okay.
You just couldn't condition to a 6-story. You do a 3 or 2. Right.
Okay. I have a motion to approve has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. This next one is same scenario with the C3 zone we just amended last year, actually July 13th, 2021, when it was approved. This has to do with the C3 zone. And what we did last year, we took what we used to do as C3 conditions, took those conditions and standardized those in the zoning code. And it also set up a zoning process where you can get deviations to those standards. Those standards are mostly related to design and height. Again, that came to this planning commission. We can't do that through state law. So what we're wanting to do is strike division 15A, which is the one that says C3 properties, C3 standards for properties rezoned to C3 after July 13th, 2021, and go back to the way it was prior to that, where you can request C3 and that will be C3 reviewed with conditions. And that way you can tweak through the conditions, either reduce standards to make it more strict, depending on what you want to do. We have to, so that's our request, is to basically strike division 15A, which set up those deviation process and standards.
And again, keep everything in place that was what was approved prior.
Yes.
Okay. A motion to approve has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next one, it's the same scenario. We have an R1 zone. We have basically a variance process, if you will, for property out in the suburban areas outside the urban overlay. Typically, we have a 60-foot lot frontage, but outside the urban overlay, if you're zoned R1, you have to look at properties within 300 foot and whatever that smallest lot frontage is. For example, if it's 80 foot, that's what you have to do is if you're subdividing your property. We have tons of variances on this that comes in front of this planning commission. So we're, again, cannot grant variances through the planning commission on this. We're going to get rid of that. At the same time, just put a standard 60-foot minimum lot frontage in the R1 zone. So that's what this amendment does. If you want to get a variance below 60 foot, you go through Board of Appeals. Thank you.
I have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carried.
And
Yes.
I knew David would like that. That's
Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne.
You couldn't go below the minimum 60, but you can get a variance if you try to come in and get a variance.
Well, you
Plus,
go
it's a lot
to
of
you go BZA.
That's
right?
a lot of record.
If it's a lot of record, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yes.
So again, just like you sort of picked a height that was a majority of the height, you picked a width that's the majority of the widths. And to Mr. Payne's point, if there's unique 50-foot all along that line.
Typically in the urban, outside the area where this would apply to suburban areas, you're not going to see probably 50-foot wide lots unless they got variances or RTZ.
So the urban overlay wouldn't be affected.
No, it wouldn't. And quite honestly, I don't know how many calls we get from surveyors who miss this rule. It's in the book. It's just, you think 60 foot's a minimum, but in the R1 out here, what was happening around Graysville Road, we're getting a lot of flag lots. And then the council at that time felt we needed another option to stop flag lots. So we removed flag lots and went this direction. And it's trying to make sure the lots are compatible.
But that takes that out, just says 60 feet.
Take it out 60 foot.
So that's.
Yes. Correct.
A lot of this stuff would have disappeared under the new zoning ordinance anyways. We just.
Because of
told,
legal opinion.
Well, we were told it's just, it might be a year before we update the zoning ordinance. Gotcha. So we need to take it out now so that nobody can come in and ask for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the next one, hopefully this is the last one. This is what you'll be seeing some more of this stuff coming next month. We'll bring something before you next month to amend the subregs as well. There's been some state law changes that took effect on July 1st. And this is one of those. Staff has the ability, or did have the ability to approve staff-approved plats of 2 lots or less without coming from this body. We also could approve final plats as staff, as long as the planning commission designated that authority to staff. They did that three years ago, I guess it was. And now state law has been amended to state you can't do that anymore unless you get planning commission approval and a city council approval and county commission approval. So this is what this resolution is doing, is recertifying approval to staff. But it also changed the number of lots from 2 to 5 that we can staff approve. So we're trying to get planning commission approval to send this on to the city council and county commission for their blessings.
There's a motion to approve. It has been seconded. That wasn't in the packet, but there'll be 2 different, correct? I mean, basically the same thing, but 2 different
Yeah,
ones. One
the
that-
next will be one to go. to
And
the
so
city
we'll
county.
keep doing the same thing. We're moving the 5 lots. We just have to have the legislative
Yeah,
bodies.
there's the body's
Okay, thank you.
approval.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Staff updates. Hopefully there are none.
There is one.
Oh, no.
One quickly, and we did it earlier, I think. Lisa's last planning
That's right.
commission. She has taken a job, still staying with the city. She's moving to neighborhood services. So this is her last planning commission. We've been very fortunate to have Lisa. She's been good, good employee. Yes. I know, except another resignation, but moving on. So we sad to see Lisa go. She's been very good employee, very dedicated, and it's been good for the community and the residents of Chattanooga and Hamilton County. So I hate to see Lisa go, but I understand.
Well, I concur, and from a staff level, and I guess a PC, I'm glad you're staying with the city. We will miss you helping us mitigate all these issues with our development community. So thank you for the last couple of years and best wishes. And if there needed to be, I would not have accepted a motion for you to be able to. So good thing that we don't have to vote on it. Okay, any public comments on that? We've completely run out the gallery. So I don't assume there's any public comments. I have a motion to approve the minutes has been seconded. All those in favor, aye. Minutes, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good job, Brian.
How much is Todd selling for?